Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. For those of you jumping in, if you have anything you're looking at, drop it in the chat and we'll take a look prior to market open. We got about 13 minutes. That being said, futures are going to be gapping up into the end of the week here. So you're going to see SPY gapping right up into all-time highs. And what we'd say is still good. 2 month, still good. It's going to be opening up about 20 points. The weekly 2 week from down here at 658.52, still good. So that's gonna be almost $50 from the weekly reversal. Beautiful. If we go to QQQ, you're gonna see still good. The 2 week, it's gonna be opening up almost 60 points from the weekly reversal. Still good. We got semis, still good. The 2 week, still good. If we go to XLK. Technologies still good, and this one was a beaut. You're going to be opening up almost 20 points there, so pretty much across the board gap up. Now, on a gap up, we actually prefer to sell it, so we'll see how they open up here. Obviously, we're not going to be anywhere near going an outside day to the downside, so it might be a little bit slower or a little trickier this morning, but we're gapping right up into all-time highs, so we'll have to see. That being said, take a look at our setup. So MU, you're going to see we had the double inside day, and it gaps above that, so it's going to open pretty much straight into all-time highs as well. So right off the bottom of the broadening formation to the top now, so a little trickier there. We'll have to wait and see. We got Amazon. Now it's going to be gapping up as well. So we go to Tesla. Inside day. Also going to be gapping up as well. And this is because those weekly and monthly participants, and as well as the quarter actually, they're open overnight. And we have monthly signals in force. We got quarterly reversals in force. So that's who's buying overnight. Now the question simply is, since everything's gapping up, we're going to have to disseminate that gap. Are we going to hold it? Are we going to see gap up sell with some profit taken to end the week off? Or, do things kind of stall out a little bit? It's going to be hard to say. But if we go to the futures, you're pretty much going to see the exact same thing. So when we look at our broadening formation, you can see we're pretty much going to be right at the top of it. Eventually, someone has to take some profit. So it's really hard for me to want to say, like, let's go in here and let's buy the open this morning. Like, I'm not sure about buying that open right away. So we're going to be patient. We don't have to be the first ones in here. And the other thing we can do is we can see who's wrong. Because if you bought yesterday and the market's gapping up, you're winning it out. You get what you want. Market's going up. Now, if the market's going up and your stock gaps down, now you have a big problem because you're in a huge losing position. So we'll check the gap lists and we're going to see who's in there. But you can see we got 100 names on the gappers this morning. Most of those names will be up, but you can see we do have some bearish names. So that's where we want to look right away. And sorry about that. I have way too many tabs open. I need to restart this stuff. But for example, look at Netflix, right? So what have they been doing on Netflix? Well, it's getting caught up in the futures, right? Futures, SPY, Qs, they've all been just grinding higher. So did Netflix. Then it opened down 10 points. If you bought Netflix on Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, what are you going to want to do this morning? You might want to sell that thing, right? Therefore, that's something we could be watching right away. If it's below its daily open, we could look for it to come take out all this stuff, about 7%, about $7 lower. And since it's Friday, 0 DTEs, that comes into play even more so. If we go and look and see if there's any other names here, it looks like a lot of energies. And we did see US oil, so you can see yesterday, they tried to buy it up, and then, if you look at the week was still red, so they did not change that. If you look at the month was still red, they did not change that. So they tried for one day, didn't really get moving that much. The next day went 2-2 day. The week was red, the month was red, and they just took them all out with full time frame continuity. So oil, you can see, is gapping down, and this is mostly why the market's gapping up. One thing we've noticed over the past many weeks is pretty much since back in here, March 02. Oil and the futures have been pretty inversely correlated. So if oil continues to be weak intraday, that would help out on getting things to go up. It's just hard to say, right? When you gap right into all-time highs, you don't have any targets to take out, and everyone's long. So we will see, but we'll have a lot of energies in there as well. So let's go to XLE, for example. So you go to XLE. So far on Q2, you go to the quarter, we have not seen them buying energies. Now, I don't know if that's going to stay the case. So far, we have not reversed anything. But this is what we're looking like on the quarter, right up in here. So you can see in the quarter, we're nowhere near reversing. Test. All right, we're good. But we're nowhere near reversing. Now, if we go to the week, they did reverse last week, and they're still going down. We go to the day. Similarly, right, if you bought energies yesterday, this becomes an issue for you, right? They may have more to sell and get out of there. So we can watch for the same thing as Netflix on energies. We got some nearby targets to go after. We got an XOP, same thing, right? If you bought yesterday, it went out at the highs, but now it's opening down here. So you'll see the week was still red. So over the night, you did not have the week for evidence. The month was still red. So over the night, you did not have the month for evidence, nor did you have the quarter. So those sellers counter, and now we'll have some more targets to take out if they decide to keep going this morning. And drop all those buys from yesterday. If we go to OIH, you can see pre-market's going to open Rev Strat. So anyone that bought yesterday OIH, the market's gapping up and their stock's gapping down. So these would be the two focuses right away at the open. Whoever's gapping down, where we saw some buying yesterday. And then as the market opens up, we'll be able to gauge that relative strength and weakness a little bit better once we get those like first 15ers, first 30s of the days to close out. It'll make it easier for us to see what's going on the gap. For specific energy names, APA, this is the only thing. They're going to be gapping right into their weekly continuation. So you can see APA, it's going to be opening right into last week's lows. So it's going to be opening right at short-term exhaustion risk. So we'll see if we go to CVI. These aren't the biggest movers in here. We'll take a look at some of the bigger energy names. You're going to see it's going to be reversal, and it'll still have a target to go and take out $30, $29.66. So about 5% of magnitude today. We go to MUR. You're going to see it's already opening right into short-term exhaustion risk. So we'll have to see. CRC, I have no idea what they do. Never seen it before. We already discussed MTDR, but really we're going to see more and more energies gapping down. So the gist this morning is energies gapping down, whole market gapping up. And there's a few materials gapping down. Let's see what the material sector is looking like. Materials is still relatively firm. So, and let me just show you this. Look at this. So you can see gapping down Netflix, right? We already know about that. And then energy, all the way through here. So you got like 30 different energy names gapping down. And it keeps going. Then on the gaps up, a firm and tech, it's really going to be everyone. So airlines, tech, cyclicals, which would be cruise lines in here as well. More tech, industrials, right? So it's pretty much across the board besides energies, besides Netflix. So that makes it relatively simple for our focus this morning. And let me get that listed out. All right. So this morning, Netflix and energies really will be the main focus right off the rip. We got a few minutes to open up here. And then we do have some signals like MU, double inside day, which will open right at all-time highs as a gap up. So we don't have to go after those signals right away. We'll see Tesla, inside day. And we're just going to disseminate those gaps. And let me try and get this set up properly. There we go. And we got a minute here, but Iran's foreign minister says in line with ceasefire, the passage for all commercial vessels Strait of Hormuz declared completely open for the remaining period. What's the news? Full time firm continuity up. Netflix for the upside? What? TC, you've been with us for so long. For so long. Why would we want to buy it? If these guys are all long Netflix right at the open, what are they going to do? Sell? If they're still long, they got to sell. Why would we want to buy that? Now, if it's green, we can't sell it. If the day is green, they're buying today. Nope. No sells. But we're going to be opening up in just a minute here. Oops. So energies across the board, kicking patterns down. OIH has the weekly inside bar down to trigger shortly. So that day could trigger OIH down on the week. And the thing with these kicking patterns on the gap down, they have to be red. If they are not red, it is not bearish. So to start the morning, Netflix is green. So you could gap down buy it, but we prefer if it were to go green and then flip back red to try and take out some more of these guys. We look at SPY this morning. SPY gaps up. They went up a little bit, then come right back to the open. So SPY's second 1 minute of the day, they continue. So to start the morning off, there's some very slight buying in there on the indexes. Netflix goes 2-2-1ers. So they did firm up. Now the question is, do they stay that way or go 2-2s back down? And then energies, they went slight oneer up, outside oneer down. So that seller comes in the second minute of the day. Energies, XOP, and maybe OIH. It's a little illiquid this morning. Third oneer of the day, the buyers come back. They're buying the gap up. It's crazy stuff there to start the morning. Can't believe they're buying it up there. Looks like Technologies takes out the morning lows. So slight weakness Technologies on the 2 minute, taking them down. Semis gap up, and they're selling semis as well. So it's more of what we'd expect. If it's going to be a big bullish day, we want to see them go red first and then, you know, maybe give us like a 2-2-2-5er or something. But for now, gap up and sell semis and tech. A little bit weaker there. XOP goes through target 1 and 2 on the kicking pattern down. And XLE goes into daily target 1. And it is a 2-2 month down now, so they got 13 more days if they're going to keep on puking. So we can see Qs with the semis and tech. First one to see some profit taking on the gap up this morning. And this is what that broadening formation on the 5-minute looks like. So if it were to kick in, you know, we could get like $10 off the highs. You'll have a new fiver opening up in about a minute. But the only thing is it for these gaps, if we're going to see them fill these, they would all have to do it. If we look at Dow Jones Industrials, that's gone into the highs. So Dow, they're still pretty firm. And IWM is doji on the day. So we can see industrials, they're a little bit more willing to buy that gap up, along with your financials. Directly opposite of what tech's doing. Looks like staples, we're seeing a little bit more there as well. And home builders. And those industrials, we're seeing a little bit more buying there as well this morning to start off. So home builders, industrials, financials. Interesting. Netflix just went green to red. Netflix. So anyone that bought Netflix, they are in trouble. If it's below that daily open, that's going to matter. So in about 10 seconds, give or take, you'll have a shooter as momentum shooter on Netflix below the morning lows, which is meant to go instantaneously as momentum. So you'll be looking at that. XOP goes kicking. They're just continuation down in the oil producers. Exploration and production ETF. Netflix, the momentum shooter fiver, instantly goes. You can see how price never comes back. If you watched our video last night, you want to see that on momentum, especially. We don't want to see that come back, right? Worst case scenario, if we're going to have a wider stop, would be the daily open. But if they're going to sell Netflix, right, you just want to see these buyers get the heck out of there. We don't want to see them hesitate. And these would be the targets here on Netflix that we were looking to take out. If that day is red. If not, no go today. See, energies, the second fivers of the day, you can see all of them are short, right? And that's going to be all those buyers from yesterday getting out this morning. Healthcares are still at the highs. Industrials still at the highs. Dow Jones still at the highs. Financials pretty much still at the highs. And tech, semis, they firm up a little bit more. They're still below their daily opens for now. Bloom Energy. What do we know to be true about Apple? So see how anyone shorted yesterday when this gap's up? They got to close it. So that would have been a little bit better as a gap up buy. The momentum hammer week, that came from the weekend vid. And then the 2-2 month. So it's still going to 280.90. What? Right above this. 280.91. You want it above that. But it's Friday, so you got to be aware into the weekend that weekly is going to exhaust. And you're going to have continuity risk. For now, SPY, you can see on the second fivers, also confirming with the Dow. Tech, they are now confirming as momentum hammer fivers up. Semis is a little closer to doing that. So they're just going straight up momentum there this morning. So it looks like some financials, healthcares, they're starting to pull a little bit off the highs, and that tech and semis firms up a little bit more. So Netflix, they broke the morning lows out. That should just win, right? If we have everyone long from yesterday and, multiple days, it's got to get out. Why did that not go? I have no idea, right? Someone might be sitting here on the bid on this gap down, or there might be a buyer here we don't know about. Because at the point this morning, the month is red, so they're not buying this month. The week is bright red, they're not buying this week. The day is red, they're not buying today. So that should have just went, right, if that was going to be correct. So now the question is, what's the next two? Are we going to go 2 down? That seller going to come back? Or are we going to go 225 and firm up? And it's going to be up to Netflix there. Let's see. Another nutter butter swing on calls. Yep. Hammer day right from the bottom of this. I believe we mentioned that in the weekend vid. But more importantly, Palantir, this inside week for next week, yeah, that becomes a lot more interesting. 70% if we can get it all the way back up there. It's possible. MicroStrategy. Nice. Let's see what Bitcoin's looking like. Yeah, Bitcoin, the inside month up. So Bitcoin, that's your first monthly reversal to the upside that's holding since all-time highs. Right up in here. So that's good for the Bitcoin guys. And you'll see on the quarter, no one was buying in here. No one was buying in here. And then this quarter, a little bit. I like Coinbase and Hood more than MicroStrategy on a longer term side of things if you're an investor, mostly because they're going to be some of the companies that are going to benefit as cryptocurrencies are rolled out more. At least you would think so. Coin is still an inside month though. Hood is 2 month. I like Hood because that one's got a lot of room back up there. SPY goes shooter fivers down, so you can see they're trying to change that daily open. If they don't, day, week, month, everything's still green. If they do, might force some guys to sell off in the morning. Qs goes inside fiver. Dow Jones also 225er down to SPY. Then IWM slight 2s down on the fiver with SPY and Dow Jones. I mean, see Netflix goes inside fiver green, so look at the second tenor of the day. They go down inside green. So it's not a reversal. It's just profit taking / retracement. But still, right? We should have seen that pretty much go right away. So what are we waiting for? Ideally, like a green inside fiver or something so we can take it down and try again. And while I have you guys here, in the morning, a lot of traders incorrectly think you've got to go in the first 10 minutes of the day, you got to do everything. Nope. You have more evidence 2 hours into the day than you do 10 minutes into the day, every day. So we don't have to be the first ones in this morning. We're going to keep track of things. And if you can tell, we're switching around. We're looking, we're like, where's the money flowing today? We got to figure that out. It's like, are they going to sell the gaps down in energies and keep selling, or do they come and recover that second hour of the day? That would matter to us. And if tech is really going up today, what we'd want to see is we want them to go up and be willing to buy and then stop some of those guys out and then go for it if they're really going to go. Since it's Friday, we are a little bit more akin to that profit taking on the gap up. That'd make a lot more sense from our perspective. So we will see. For now, they're holding the daily opens on SPY. So the day's still green. Dow is still green, but they're trying to change it. Then IWM did just change. Slightly green, slightly red. So we'll see. So you can see Netflix goes 2 up fiver, so we didn't get an inside bar, but now it should have just gone, right? Like, we should have seen that go. So either someone's sitting on the bid here and now they're starting to take the offer, or this is just slight corrective activity to try and get that gap down sell going. Delta Airlines, let's see it. Yeah, so this one you can see gap up, reclaim. So if you go to Jets, It's not quite the same, but it might have like a 15er down on the second 15 of the day. United Airlines, yeah, you might have a shooter 15er in here. And you can see where these are happening. Look at your broadening formation right from the top, gap up sell. And this is why we prefer on a gap up to sell it, because if that were to work, it'd go bang, right? Now, market's pretty strong, so I wouldn't get your hopes up too high right away. We'd have to reverse a lot of things to really see things fall apart. So it's going to be pretty hard to get these guys going, but if you have the whole Jets ETF going, that would definitely be enough evidence to try and go for it. So you have Jets, shooter, Delta is 2 up in red, so you have more selling there, and then United Airlines, you have a shooter. And American Airlines, a little bit red, but looks like it'll go inside bar. So you can see for now, daily open on Netflix changes. We don't have any evidence today to say that those sellers are more aggressive, unless we can change that back and get like a micro triangle in there. So for now, we're just going to hold off on that. You can go 225er guy, but I would prefer the downside myself. Tesla on the 5er. Yeah, so you could also call that an inside tenor. See how these 2 5ers are inside of that? Inside tenor. Cooking up. You got 15 seconds for that to close out. Second 15ers of the day open up. SPY goes inside 15 in red. Qs goes inside 15 red to start off, and then Dow is shooter 15. So industrials led in the morning with the most buying that we saw, but that's a little closer to reversing on Dow, which is your airlines, right? For now, it looks like all the airlines go inside bar on the 15, so just gonna have to hold off for now. At this point, Netflix, you're nowhere near getting the reversal down, which is what we'd prefer. Energies, you had some corrective activity. If they are going to get a pukin', get some slight green 5ers in here, but still red on the day XLE. Still red on the day XOP. So you could look for the 2-2 back down or the inside back down in about 5 minutes there. You got your sideways tenor and up on Teslers. Andre, right there. You can see how that tenor changes the day from red to green, full time frame continuity up. You get what you want. Yeah, up 35%, got in early on the 5er. Yeah, did you add to it though? Because if you had that tenor, you can add to it. But you'll see Tesla. So if it stays green on the day, has to be green. Inside day up, right? If not, what we'd see is likely like an outside day, rev strat. So it's got to be green on the day. That would be your line in the sand this morning. So far in the second 15s of the day, SPY, boom. What'd they do? They changed what they're doing. They're buying, now they're selling. So it'd be closer to 215 on the gap up. Dow Jones, right? It's pretty close to doing that as well. The Jets ETFs. Delta is close to doing it. So this will take out those morning buyers. And if those buyers are serious, what we want to see is take out those morning lows and then reclaim. Or, inside 15, but we really want to see them go down first. We don't want to have to buy it straight into new highs on new all-time highs. It's not ideal. It's like Netflix. You can see we identified that there was some type of buying going on down here we didn't know about, and that buyer's they're still buying a little bit. We'll see if that changes. So you can see Tesla, you got instantly what you wanted, but look at these buyers were not strong enough to take this out, and they reclaimed the day. So now what? Since this is an inside tenor, they're rev stratting that. The sellers came in and countered these guys. Now, when you look at that, that shows you that outside tenor, because once it's a 2 and it flips red, that's now trying to go outside bar against, which would take the morning lows out. So that's no good. And this is why we say disseminating the gap. We didn't have as much evidence as we'd prefer to see Tesla go, because SPY was going down. Qs was going down. All of it was going down on the flip. So we'll say Tesla's stronger, and you'll see SPY. They take out the morning lows, so they triangle they out. Now we have a slight broadening formation in here to start the day. We got Qs. Gosh, why is it zoomed in? It's like Qs is still inside 15. Dow Jones still inside 15. Then IWM, slight triangle they out to start the day. Makes a slight lower lows. And when we say triangle they out, we mean broadening formation. So it goes up, then it goes down. You even have a sub one in here, a really tiny one. It goes up, then down, then slightly up. Netflix, you might be able to get that 2-5 minute back down on the gappers. It's like all the energies are still inside 15. Tesla above the daily trigger up. Yeah, but that's like, you have huge stops if you're going to risk the daily trigger, which is why we want to get outside of this range and stay out. Because if we're going to see a big green day on Tesla at this point, since we're still in this consolidation, either you're going to get the consolidation breakout, right? Or what the strat would prefer, since that didn't work on the first try, triangle they out and then go and give us this beautiful broadening formation to play off of. For now, they're still firmer than the market though. So we can still say Tesla, still a little bit firmer. You'll see SPY after the slight triangle they out, they start ripping back through the little morning broadening formation. Netflix still continuing, so no selling in there to be seen. For now, Tesla, you can see they're still staying firm inside 5, inside 15, so let's see how that 15er plays out. Tech stays inside 15. So when we say disseminate the gap, this is what we mean. The second 15 of the day, we gain evidence. We just doubled the amount of evidence we have. SPY took the lows out. So SPY was a little weaker. Sellers were willing to sell down there. Tech? Nope. Right? Tech has to be stronger. It did not take the lows out. And anything taking morning highs has to be the strongest at this point. So tech is a little stronger. Semis, you're going to be trying to set up potentially a 3 on the 15. It's just about to change red to green. IWM will have the hammer, and then Dow Jones. So industrials, still stronger. They weren't willing to sell into new low a day. So Dow and Qs, right? Qs is already at morning highs. Qs has to be stronger. Give me 1 second right here to pull this up. This morning on the leaders, you're going to see HIMS. It's got momentum fiver in there, and it went inside month up reversal. Everyone loves HIMS, and now we like HIMS because we actually know, and now it's actually going up. Everyone was trying to buy this. They're like, oh, it's at 26, buy, and then it keeps going 20, buy more, right? They're just getting blown out down here. But now HIMS taking last month's highs, and it's one of the leaders this morning in the market, so that's notable. So what we'd want to see is some red bars, maybe a slight lower low in here, and then try and get after that. We're going to see a lot of consumer cyclicals at the top of the list this morning, which is really interesting. So let me show you what our scanner looks like at this point. Boom, consumer cyclicals, right? So Very interesting. I believe that mostly has to do with the Strait of Hormuz opening back up, supposedly. I don't know if those effects are going to be immediate for the economy, but for stocks, it seems to be, right? It's like Carvana is also in there with HIMS in the cyclicals. A little bit stronger than the rest of the market here, at least intraday. AAOI, yep, right from our nightly vid yesterday. Beautiful 10% move so far from the daily. Are you getting the sector detail tab on the scanner? Yep. You might have to refresh your page and relog in. So you can see SPY right after the slight lower low, which is what you look for, then goes slight higher highs right into high day. So here's what we call the good morning triangle. Every morning you get a broadening formation without a shadow of a doubt every morning. So here is your broadening formation to start the day. And this is what's going to decide, you know, are we going to be a big move up today or a big move down? This would be your range to get outside of as a breakout or expansion. For now, they're right at the top of it. And if we look at the Dow Jones, still inside 15, so that one's still firmer than the rest of the market, although it hadn't made the highs. And IWM is still just a tiny bit weaker. And I'm going to make that post to Twitter before I forget to. Interesting. It's a lot of consumer cyclicals this morning. Cake, Eat, Yeti, Hog, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson, that was pretty interesting. It's not my favorite stock to invest in since it's not a tech stock, but yeah, beautiful broadening formation down in here. They're trying to rip back through. Might be a undercover ripper. It's like materials are coming back with a big outside 15er, going outside 30s, almost going outside day. We got a gold and silver. This is one we mentioned for the 2-2 week, for those of you guys in the strat community, but we'll see it's up about 7% off the lows. If we go to gold, switch to silver, sorry. Silver is starting to come back through, hitting already target 1 off the 2-week inside bar break. So interestingly, with the Strait of Hormuz opening up, metals gapping up. So we see materials, metals, precious metals, all that stuff also pretty firm today. You can see SPY on the triangle this morning. They're getting above it, so that's breakout. The buyers are willing to pay for higher prices. And you'll see on that breakout, all the shorts are just getting jammed there. But it's got to stay up there, and that's the thing with these gaps up. It's right when you go in here, now your all-time highs, everyone's long. From 200 years ago, from yesterday, from this morning, everyone. So you need new buyers to show up and be willing to pay these prices, or else you don't stay there. as we get to the second 15s of the day, or second 30s of the day, sorry, we will see all the energies go inside 15 actionable signal. Tech, XLK goes inside 15 actionable signal. Semis was a little weaker, so you might get a hammer there. I got still about a minute and a half to close out. So far, Qs is just a doji on the day, not doing much. Dow Jones, you can see they blew out. So they made the higher lows in here. They did not stay in inside 15, so they go into the top of the broadening range. IBM's going to be forming hammers. So a lot of inside 15s to take a look at. And sadly, we don't have those on the scanner. We normally stick to the 30, 60, and higher. But we go to tech and semi stocks. Let's see. So you can see MU this morning, they went 2215 down. So what are they doing? They went gap up selling MU. So it's a little weaker in MU compared to semis and tech overall. We go to AMAT, also a little weaker. However, on the second 30 of the day, those could go 222. They could firm back up. So we'll see if those semis can firm back up. They've been really buying those all week. Or they might go 30s down if they continue to take those morning lows. So that will matter. We go to NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, they're still jamming the highs. And then AMD goes inside 15. So with the semis, AMD has to be stronger than MU. Right? MU took the lows out. AMD didn't. Marvell has to be stronger than those guys as well. So Marvell will have the inside 15 and the 2-2-day signal hammer. So it's a little more interesting there, Marvell. Looks like Tesla will also be the inside 15. So we'll see which side of that we can take. And on the second 30s of the day, you can see right away, they go, boom, slightly red. Now, when we look at this, this is an outside 15er. So this is the top of this tiny little broadening formation to start off the morning. It's going to look just like this. Oops. So we can see, if we want to extend it to the left like so, if we're going to really get going, you got to stay up and out of all of this, right? Since broadening formations are support and resistance, if you're above it, that's considered breakout. It has to stay there, though. We got a tech on the second 30s. They do firm up a little bit, going inside bar, closer to the 15s up. Semis go 2-2-15. So Marvell has to be stronger than MU, right? It's going inside 15s up. NVIDIA will be one of the strongest that I can see in there. Netflix on the second 30s of the day, they go inside 15 up. They are nowhere near going outside day to the upside. So we'll have to see. It would be closer to the 2230 on the gap down, which would firm up Netflix at least a little bit. In the consumer cyclicals, we're seeing a lot of those following through this morning, just straight up to the highs. Home builders, notably, the whole ETF. Yeti. Cake. Coffee, Bros, B-R-O-Z, or S. Dutch Bros, CarMax, all the cyclicals. Carvana. So they buy the first 30s and they come back to buy more in those guys. Is what we're seeing. Wayfair as well. It's almost an outside month though. So with those cyclicals joining the rally, if we go and take a look at these stats, it's pretty much up across the board besides energies and utilities. If we look at how many are going up today, 64% of the SPY, 70% of the NASDAQ, although there's some profit taking on tech names on the gap up. And you can see consumer cyclicals, right? Points it out to you by highlighting it across the board. Right, the only things they're selling would be at AT&T and ELF, Mod, DKNG, Nike, and a little bit of Tesla, right? So very interesting in there in the cyclicals. Across the board, they are buying cyclicals on that news. Harley Davidson, they're just gunning. That might be a really sneaky one. Look at this quarter. It's been so much higher in here. Bros, inside week. We're a week early. Next week, right? If cyclicals are going to keep going, yeah, right? You already have the evidence that they're all going up and that breaks. Notable. For today, I like stuff like Carvana, long green bars, nowhere near changing any of this stuff. And what we're going to do is if they really like cyclicals, we just need some corrective activity. So we don't have to jam ourselves in there on like a 1 minute, stress ourselves out. But we'll see SPY 3-2 broadening expansion. The second 30s of the day confirm the gap up. So gap up buy on the first 30 after slight triangle layout. And continuation of the buy, second 30, reconfirming it what you know to be true. Qs, momentum hammer 30, so they also confirm. Dow Jones confirms, and we already knew that was one of the strongest ones. IWM confirms, so IWM is also, you see off the 15, taking out the morning highs, completing that good morning triangle like this. The fact that cyclicals are going up and Tesla isn't, it's not a good thing if you want to be a buyer of Tesla, because that shows you that they're not exactly hitting all of them, which is what you want to see. Netflix, first 5-minute reversal down after coming off the lows. It's still nowhere near changing the day. But if that were to go RevStrat 15, that would go outside 15 to the daily open. So maybe. ALB inside day, inside 30. I would be careful there. You're putting yourself in the grinder. So far on SPY, after the slight triangle layout, you can see they're just on a grind mission. Right? Grind to the highs. Make it really, really grindy. And you'll notice this type of price action at all-time highs is a lot different than what we saw as we were ripping back through the previous range. Like this type of stuff where it's really going. Mostly because once you hit the all-time highs, this is all buyers that are buying these prices for the first time, right? No one's short to really blow out of short positions besides in specific names that are not at all-time highs yet. So will be interesting to see if they're going to hold this. We'll have the second 60 of the day. We got about 22 minutes for the first 60 to close out. It does look like ALB goes inside 15 up for you. Firms up a little bit. You're still going to be deep inside day, so how are you taking yesterday's highs? Right, $10 higher. You'd really, that buyer's got to come back if that's going to be the case. IWM on the hammer 15, you can see to the highs. After the slight lower low, goes up, stops them out, then gets going. XLK Tech did firm up a little bit, taking the 15s up, still inside 30s though. Semis off the hammer 15, you can see to the highs. Now, who's stronger in semis? Marvell. It's got to be Marvell, because it did not take the morning lows out. Nvidia, you can see they're just grinding at the highs. Nvidia, they already bought that one, so you can see there's some profit taking. Versus Marvell on the 15, when that kicks in, anyone that shorted the open or sold the open, they might be going to get back in that one. So it's up a little more. We go to MU. It did go inside 15 and firm back up. So we might have an inside 30 MU. If they are going to rally today, you want it to go down first like this. And then set up the inside 30s. Tech is 15s up in force, so that's good. Now the question is, now that we're all-time highs again on everything, now what, right? Are we going to stay outside of these broadening formations on the second 15s of the 30s? We still got about 5 minutes for those to open up. Looks like Tesla, you got slight 1 penny lower low and then reclaim, so that could change the day back to green, but they're still inside 30. They're still weaker in the discretionary sector, which is hitting the highs. You see like Cake. They're really gunning in there. Yeti. Yep, they're still gunning. Hog. I don't know anyone who is like, I really want to buy a Harley Davidson. I must not know that many people because oh, that's crazy. Netflix rebreaks the 15, so they're still inside 30. They're still firm for the most part this morning. We'll see if that changes, though. If it changes, I want to be there. Palantir. Look at what a mess in there. Hammer, shooter, hammer, shooter, hammer, shooter. This is what we call destruction, right? Oh my goodness. Tiny triangle. All right. So pretty much to see what they bought and they came back to buy more this morning, it's just like cyclicals across the board. Now, if we remove the filter, you see at the top of the list, cyclical, MicroStrategy, cyclical, MicroStrategy ETF, industrial, cyclical, 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 industrial, cyclical, cyclical. It's a tongue twister. Then some materials, cyclicals, 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 slicks, right? And you just keep going down the list. It's pretty obvious what they're trying to do today, right? What are they interested in? Cyclicals, everyone all together. So we have all day to be watching cyclicals and across the board. That also being said, since they already really jammed them up in here, we don't want to just buy it at high day. We want to let them pull off the highs, give us some corrective activity first. So it's okay if we're not in there already. We've got all trading day. We go to energies. Those are still going to be some of the weaker stuff in the market. However, maybe they have some RevStrat 15, so they're still disseminating that gap down. Marvell on the 15er being relative strength in the semis, up almost 1% off the inside 15 break as a 212 directional, confirming that full time frame continuity. You can see MU, they're not even going up right now. They're still consolidating. So if the semis were to weaken up at all, MU, this inside 15, becomes really interesting to us if things were to weaken up. Now in we got 11 seconds here. So we're going to have the last 15 minutes of the 60, and then the new 60s will open up to either confirm or negate. For now, SPY is at the highs, Qs is at the highs, Dow is at the highs, IWM off the hammer 15, nice, at the highs. So you're going to get a lot of ones, and we'll see if they continue on those 15ers again. You can see a lot of ones on the 15ers. Semis and tech all go one. So Marvell, that 15 signal's gone. We only have the daily signal left. So you could see profit taken right off of that high just because of that 15 exhaustion. Now, where's the weakness, right? MU. 5ers down. Maybe that goes 15ers down and goes outside day. There's a chance. Side of the 0 DTEs, it's a little too costly. I'm not going to be touching that myself. But SPY still green, so they're still buying the SPY. Dow still green. IWM reconfirms. And this is what you're looking for if you're a trader. That hammer signal kicks in and works, or that reclaim works. Then they go to the highs and they stay there. That's what you want to see. Most traders would say that's a fair value gap. We just call that a successful entry. The Jets ETF, so they didn't even reverse. They're still going up. Energies, they all go inside 15 and firm up very slightly. A lot of the cyclicals, you'll see like Cake, for example, inside 15. So this is what we're looking for, forming those inside bars and those new signals. We got about 15 minutes to the new 60s to open up. Netflix is closer to the 15ers back down, and that would be definitely closer to changing the day. So that'd be the first 15er signal to the downside on Netflix this morning. Tesla, opposite of Netflix, it's RevStrat 15 up, but still these three 15ers inside of the morning 15, and then also Doji Day. Day's only down 45 cents. So these buyers and sellers are not that aggressive in Tesla this morning. And that's called a rev strat on Netflix. See if that can set up a momentum shooter 60. Y'all looking for sell? What? So when the market gaps up, you're at the top of the broadening range. So you have to understand that's true. Doesn't mean the market's going down. Just means we'd prefer, if everyone's long, what would we prefer? We'd prefer to go the other way. Say cyclical 10 times fast. I don't think I could, to be honest. I don't think I could. The same, like, because if you don't think that way, you wouldn't buy SPY when it reverses here. You wouldn't. Because when everyone's short and then right here, the market goes down $4 and starts coming back, that's when the buy is. Right there. When that goes green on the week. Because everyone's short and then they start buying. So you have to realize the most bullish looking day like this can turn into the most bearish day if we go below that daily open by 1 penny. If that changes by 1 penny, changes everything that's going on this morning. But it's green right now. So is it going down? No. Nope. Not going down. And you had the triangle layout. If you're going to buy it, right there, you let it go down first, and then you try and get after it. And they gave you a nice winning position off of that. And now what? Right? Do we stay up there? The main question. This morning. While the market rips, utilities is 3-2 reversal day down, 2-2 week down. They are not having a good time in Utes. So you can see broadening expansion, new high, new low, new high, new low, and then expanding through the support. So they're having issues in the Utes this morning. MU off the 5ers is closer to taking the 15s down for the outside day to the downside. So definitely weaker in those semis. SPY, you had slight 5-minute triangle layout, so slight lower low, and then they're going back up again after the red 5ers. Qs is similar. Dow is just to the highs, still relative strength, as we pointed out on the second 15, or the first 15 of the day. Then IWM off your hammer 15, still good. And that's what you call still good, where they just stay up there and there's no reversal, still good. Doesn't look like APLD is going to set up what I was looking for. Interesting. The data centers are not interested. Not today, at least. So some of the strongest sectors, we already mentioned cyclicals, but that includes a subsector of the home builders. Now, they are very, very green on the day, so got the rest of the day to see if we can't get some additional signals in there. Same thing would apply to the XLY. Notice it's not at all-time highs, so you still got all these shorts to come back through from the weekly reversal. Way down here at 110.50. Couple weeks ago, you can see they still got ways to go to finish that off. Ooh, all the cruise lines have nice kicking patterns all day today as well. That's pretty good looking. We will add those to the list. Bitcoin high day. It's still hammer day in force, still month in force, so that makes sense. All right, last fiver of the first 60 of the day, and it's a resounding buy to start the open across the board. Small caps are now leading off of the hammer actionable signal in here as the 222 momentum, and they're gunning. Still good. Tech getting left behind a little bit, still inside 30, and almost 45 minutes spent inside here. They stay in there. Semis also comes back a little bit, so like we were saying before, a little less tech, a little more cyclicals is what seems to be the theme today. Looks like SMH name Marvell is still staying pretty firm off 15s in relative strength. Looks like MU still inside 30 for the flip. And if you didn't see, as far as what we're seeing this morning, discretionary, a few names in there, home builders across the board. You can see first 30 of the day really got after it, and then they just confirmed it. Boom, second 30, they're still buying. So, same thing on the 60s. I think we're still buying on the second 60s of the day. Ideally, we'd get like an inside 15 or even some 5-er signals in there, but the same thing would be true in the cruise lines. So you see like RCL, for example, not going out at the highs, but they're still pretty firm there as well. SPY made a high day after slight lower lows, and then after the slight higher highs, you see that broadening formation starting to show up right here. So this is the problem with right at all-time highs. You get tiny broadening formation, they go a little bit, and then tiny broadening formation again. So how are we going to get out of this one now? And if we draw both of them out, you can see the slight lower low after the morning highs. So here, and then lower low, back up. So it expanded right in here as a breakout. Then we get slight higher highs, slight lower low. So this was the broadening formation. They tick down, then they tick up. So now how are we getting out of that? Small little action. Qs has some equal lows from this one. Dow, they're well out of it for now. And IWM is well outside of that for now as well. Like this. Just the slightly red, and then they get after it. It's beautiful. All right, so in about 2 minutes, we're going to have the second 60s of the day opening up. If we take a look at those 60s, you can see almost completely blown out in discretionary to the upside. Same with healthcares, technologies, real estates, financials, industrials. So across the board, just blown out to the upside. So normally when you see like 100% of a sector going, either it's going to stay two, right? Staying trend, meaning they reconfirm it, and they might just go all day, right? Two. Or everything goes back to a 1 and they restart price discovery. So that's going to be our question on this flip is, do we get things to follow through? We're not going to have many 30 signals since most of the strongest stuff, they're just blowing out everything. So for example, if we go to home builders, either this is going to stay up there, stay 2, or it's likely to just go inside bar. And then we'll have to wait an hour, find out where that next 2 is. Tesla, You love the inside 30s there, and we can take a look at some of those guys setting up. So while the market was ripping, LLY, Eli Lilly in your healthcare sector. You got the bottom of the daily triangle. They are an inside day signal up. And they have inside 30. So it's not corrective activity, but it would be momentum in the healthcare sector, which was relatively firm. You got pivots to go and target in there for the 0DTE guys. Looks like Goldman Sachs goes inside 30s as well to either confirm or negate the initial rally across most of the market. John Deere goes inside 30s as well, along with your Tesla. So Tesla inside 30 up right there. That does give control back to the buyers. So you can see it's actually not inside 30, but inside for 45 minutes. So you still got to get outside of all that. Try and take those morning highs out. But they are trying to do that right away. Netflix for now, you can see that 15 seller did show up, which sets up the inside 30 to go inside 30s down against whoever's trying to buy Netflix this morning. So if we can get a seller in there, definitely gets more interesting on Netflix today. For now, they're inside. Second hour of the day, looks like semis go green. So we're going to see those closer to 15ers up to cause momentum hammer 60 semis with full time frame continuity semis. So you have inside 15s there. We go to, let's see, NVIDIA, they're getting a little stuck there. AMD's a little better. You'll see the 15s inside up to cause 312 up 30s. So semis in AMD a little closer to confirming. Then Marvell considered still good. You had slight profit taking on the 15ers. See if they keep her moving, staying firm. SPY, momentum hammer 15. So you'll see this. Slight lower low, slight higher high, and then they stop a little bit of guys out. Slightly red fiver, and they get back above that. So this would be the breakout of this. And that's called reconfirm. First 60 a day they buy. Second 60 right away. That's green. They're still buying. Nothing's changed so far. If you go to the Qs, you'll see the red 15er, 2-2 reversal, starting to reconfirm the 60s. Dow Jones, still good. Then IWM, still good off the hammer signal right there. So those are good there for the indexes. So we should see Tesla try and get those highs if the whole market's reconfirming. %80 on Tesla already. Cool. You get it off the 5er, I guess, or the 15 potentially. And the second 60 of the day, this is the decoupling where we double the amount of evidence we have because we have a separate 60 and day open. BWA, Borg Warner in the consumer cyclicals goes momentum hammer right off the rip. And we see Wayfair continuing on the 60s. So it's just straight up momentum for now, but in the cyclicals we're starting to see a lot of reconfirming in there. It's like Carvana is also reconfirming, so they're going straight to the highs. Home builders, slight red fiver, and they're going to go straight 2 up 60s as well. Let's see. So you might have 5-minute hammer setting up in Lennar home builders. PHM, you might get the 2225er setting up in there in the home builders. Home Depot, you'll have the hammer counter shooter in there. Lowe's, you'll have the hammer counter shooter in there. So in about 50 seconds, you might get some 225ers across all of home builders there. There's also KBH, and you could go down the list. There's a lot of home builders you could be looking at. Pick a favorite or pick a few. So in the cyclicals, 34 names so far have reconfirmed to the upside. You can see about 77 names still inside bar, but that means we got about 30% of those reconfirming again down in here. So you can see cyclicals still, technologies, a little bit, more rallying going on there. Materials leading so far with the most twos. Sorry, keep doing that. So if we go to gold and silver, gold's got some inside 15ers, and silver's going straight up continuation momentum on the 60s. The 2-week inside bar from the weekend vid is still true there, so they are just confirming it. The weekend vid analysis. It's like Tesla, you can see they just equal highs. So did they take the shorts out? No, we need to take them all out, right? They're not strong enough to get those new highs. And why might that happen? Either these buyers just aren't aggressive enough, right, to take those highs out, or there's someone that was selling in Tesla this morning, which is pretty obvious. Because if you go to discretionary, right, Tesla's a good chunk of this thing. So discretionary is up, up, up. You go to Tesla, red, inside bar, then up. So there was someone that was dumping some Tesla at the open this morning, holding it down. They might still be here. So we want to take them out. We want to get above those highs and take them all out. Now you get about half of the cyclicals reconfirming the 60s. So across the board, things are just reconfirming in the cyclicals. About 45 names, and now they're leading over materials. Home builders, you get the 2225ers, so those will reconfirm the cyclicals as well. And it's going to be across the board. PHM went 222, DHI 222, and there's your highs. KBH, not so much. Home Depot, they're still working on it, so not quite. Lowe's went 222. So on the second 60 of the day, home builders are confirming. He's trying to. SPY goes inside 5, and you'll see where the support was. Right here, right? They just almost touched it. Not quite. They stay firm. We go to the Qs. You got inside 5. Momentum hammer trying to cook up. Still got a few minutes on that, so it might become 2. Then IWM. Ever since the slight lower low in here, all the way up. Inside 5er. So we'll see what those guys want to do on that 5 minute. So it looks like Netflix, you can see still buy inside, so slightly red, and then new 60s, they're still going after it. So not getting the sell we want there. Tesla finally takes the morning highs off the inside 30s up, reconfirming the discretionary sector. So now what? Anyone short yesterday in Tesla, and they're going to have some issues. Whoever is shorting this morning in Tesla, they're going to have some issues. And we got some guys to take out up and left. Up and left. It's the trader version of the NASCAR. We're going to go fast, and we're going to go left. Now we got about 50% of cyclicals going, almost 50% of materials going. And the cool thing is if we go into their, if we go in here, you can see on the dailies, 96% of cyclicals, 90% real estates, 84% tech, 70% materials. This is what broad rally looks like. You can think of it kind of like the funds go in and they're like, well, we're not going to pick and choose. Let's just buy the ETFs because the market should go up today. So they go in, they buy all the ETFs and it drags everything up. Let's see. So you can see on the 60s this morning, they just opened 97% twos and they stayed that way. They did not go threes on pretty much anything. The new 60s open, you can see right back up to 50% trending up. So less are going up now. They're getting a little more specific on what they're buying, but most things are. Tesla, boom. Take those shorts out, Tesla. Get them. Get them. Tell it to stay up there. You don't want that to come back. Those morning highs would be the level you want to stay above, and the daily open is your level of defense. SPY, second 60s of the day. You can see that 5-minute went momentum hammer, blew them out right into high of day. And they are just on their grind to the highs. Tesla, $1 to 340. Nice. Very nice. Imagine you're on the 0DTEs and Moo. We go to Marvell. You got the inside 15 cooking up there to confirm or negate the previous inside 15. And it is green. So the second 60 of the day, Marvell reconfirms that the daily buyer, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly buyer is present today. It's just not a 2 yet. BBAI is gunning. This is one we mentioned in the chat not too long ago. I told you guys I'm holding 2028 calls in BBAI. I'll quote tweet it, or not quote tweet, but I'll quote it for you guys in Discord. But this thing could be a monster. Because we can actually gauge magnitude of where price is trying to go. So if these buyers are buying BBAI, where are they trying to go with it? Up there, 1050. Gee, Alex, I wonder what those 2028 $5 calls are trading at. Well, about $1.70. So if it goes to 1050 before 2028, those go from $1.70 to like probably, $10 to $20, depending on IV spikes and whatnot and news and what actually happens. And if we look up and left, not only are they going to try to go to 1050, but 16. So if you get the $5 calls for like $1.50, $1.70, and it goes to 15, they're going to be worth $1,000 a piece. It's a pretty good long-term one if you want to have a good bet. The other thing you can do is if you create a winning position anywhere around $4 here, let's say it goes to like 7 or 8. What you can do is you can do the wheel, right? You can start selling call options against that if you want to, and try and turn that into like an investment and something that you can make some income off of if you so choose. There's a lot of ways to skin the cat. Look at SPY. Nice breakout you got there of the broadening range. Very nice. Still going, still good. Second 60 of the day. Algorithms, they're still just taking the offer. We go to IWM, that hammer 15, still good. Up almost, or up over 1% now to start the morning. Tesla almost in a target 1 and 2 on the day. We go home builders, still green, still 2. I really wish I had my thinkorswim open. Let's see. Is it? Is it frozen? I hope not. Thinkorswim's so slow. Come on. It's been such a great week. I don't want it to end. Well, you got all of next week, and I believe the week after that. We go to the calendar. All of next week and almost all of the rest of that week. If you look at these continuity levels, they are nowhere near changing these. So you just have to know we still have all year, right? We got a long time left. So if you're like, I missed it, or I want to get more entries, they're going to come, right? They will. And when you look at these quarterlies, they're really green. So all you need is like a slightly red week or a slightly red day in there, and it's go time again, just like in here, right? Gun all the way up here, slightly red, then they go. Then you get slight red, gap down buy on Monday, buy Tuesday, buy Wednesday, buy Thursday, and so far, buy Friday. So they're just full buying all week, the most bullish week you can have. Where they buy Monday, Tuesday, and they follow through across the board. For now, on the gappers, Netflix is still going to be inside of all this mess. And they finally get a triangle in here, very small. So I'm still going to be keeping an eye on that. Sometimes it can take a couple hours for things to set up. We go in here. Currently inside 60, so they went 2 down 1. So Netflix, although we've seen all this buying, they haven't even reversed yet. Your decision-making execution. Well, I'm glad to hear that. That's awesome. Tesla's seeing the first signs of profit taking. Slight 2 down on the 5-er, so they triangle they out. You want to see if that can go 2-2-2 or hammer or outside back up. It's like semis took out the highs of the day again. 2 up on the 60s. Same with the technologies. TPG, I did not get to play that yet. It's really long term. Yeah. I would have liked to have got it off that inside week, just because that's easy stuff. Pivot machine gun, everyone's short, just trigger all those guys, but now I'm going to have to hold off on that and wait for it to triangle out again. So far, we've seen 2 breakouts on SPY this morning of the triangles. Like this. So you can see we're still acting as support and just expanding directionally outside of these. So it's kind of just a waiting game. Let them do their thing. Almost everything is at the highs. It's like materials off the 3-2-30s. They also took out their daily magnitudes like this. So on top of the bigger triangles in here. See, industrials are right at the top of it as well. Healthcares have a little bit more distance to go to take everyone out of this one. Be up in there at like 150. Let's see, J&J. Tesla's. Yep, your slight lower low 5-er right back to the highs. So they're still getting after Tesla. Marvell with the inside 15 add. So you can see we had the inside 15 here showing relative strength to the semis, which is why you'd want to do that. And then another inside 15 confirming that direction. So that daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly buyer. Try to take all this stuff out up into 138.19, and then we'll see. That's right into all-time highs again. Yeah, so now Tesla hits its target 1 on the daily, and it's right at the top of a 3 on the 5-minute. So that is a broadening formation you'd want to know about. Because if they go profit taking, they might go womp, and take them all out, $3 to the downside. So you can defend that if you want. However, you are nowhere near taking the 60s back red. You are nowhere near our inside 30 break. Notice 25 cents to the low of that 30 rips almost $7. That's pretty good. And that was with all that evidence of discretionary buying backing that to blow out those shorts of Teslas. Hog. Harley Davidson goes sideways 30s up, 2x inside 15, and momentum to the upside. Crazy. You can see Tesla from target 1, they are coming back in a little bit to that outside bar. And we call that a broadening formation, by the way, because you can draw it like this. Slight lower low, the slight higher highs. So what you want to see is slight profit taking and then try and take that target out again so we can start triggering the rest of these guys up into 406. Since we're nowhere near changing those 30s. Still got some time on the 15ers as well. So you can see this oneer in here. Can we take all that stuff out? That's what we want to see. Nothing APLD. Let's see CoreWeave. CoreWeave, you had a nice triangle layout. So this would be how you time the breakout. Inside 15 up CoreWeave. If that's going to work, you'd probably go up into the highs. Now, it's pretty interesting. Past 3 days, they've been selling off CoreWeave while they're buying the rest of the market, which is, you know, got an APLD. It's been a little bit stronger. See, it's got this inside 60 right under the morning highs. Double inside 30. Pretty interesting. You recall the energies this morning, we set on the second 15 of the day, it'll be inside 15. And there's also a sell, right? If those kicking patterns are true below daily open. So see the inside 15 down, inside 15 shooter add down, and then momentum shooter at the lows. So they're still selling energies this morning. We go to the day. Notice anyone that bought yesterday, full time frame continuity to their face. They've already gone to daily target 1 and they're closing in on target 2 with the reversal on the month. Every time frame red. If we go to XOP, look at this. 1, 2, 3, boom. And you've got all day, right? If that daily opens red, it doesn't close until the end of the trading day on Friday. Only thing is, you can see we've taken out all nearby targets here. So you're at short-term broadening risk, broadening formation risk. But unless you change the day to green, it's probably not going that much further to the upside, right? And you're nowhere near doing that. So XOP on the 15ers are still good. XLE is still good. OIH, though, someone's sitting on the bid down here, right? Every time it goes to low day, nothing. So either of these sellers are just not willing to sell OIH at last week's lows, or someone's sitting here willing to buy it. So interesting there. And oil services, I don't want to butcher this. So you look at oil services, They are not oil. Sorry. The biggest holdings are companies like Slob, Baker Hughes, Halliburton, all the fun stuff. They sell drilling equipment. They provide engineering and well services. They run offshore rigs and help producers get oil out of the ground. So it's interesting. We're not really seeing as much selling in OIH compared to the rest. Now, if energies overall are just going down, I wouldn't be surprised to see OIH keep doing that. But long term, it seems like Trump is really interested and really pushing, drill, baby, drill. We all know that. But also, before I keep talking, SPY fivers off the highs. So some slight profit takers showing up in SPY. So you can see Tesla, boom, takes them all out. Remember the oneer right here? You knew, right? It goes up $4 if you're risking 16 cents. That's pretty good. And then here, reversal against. So now the sellers come back, Teslers. But with those oil services, it's very interesting because if we're going to have Europe relying on the U.S. energy, we have obviously the highest exports we've had in decades, which is huge for our economy. But also, if that number is going to keep growing and we're going to see more people relying on our oil, makes sense that oil services may not want to sell that off. So we're still definitely watching that oil theme this year because the funds really went in there and blew energies out. Now, if that were to go red on the year, then, we'd see energy crash, which, I don't think anyone wants to see that besides energy prices, U.S. oil. We'd love to see that go red, right? Cheap gas would be really fun. But that's kind of the gist here. It's like ALB, you can see they're still coming back down this morning. And like we said before, when you're trying to buy that in chat, you're nowhere near yesterday's highs, and you're also nowhere near changing that day to green. So they buy, they're trying to buy, and then 15-minute kicks in the other way. The day is red. Anyone that was buying yesterday, most bullish chart in the world, today, when that day's red, no longer bullish. They're taking them all out. So they're having some issues in ALB this morning. We also see XLB materials from the top of the broadening formation. Sellers starting to hit that a little bit. If we go to SPY, they're not reclaiming any of this stuff. They're not really changing the 60s at all. So for now, they're still firm. Just triangle layout. Marvell, you got slight triangle layout as well. Looks like Tesla, you had slight oneers down and then inside oneers back up. So they're trying to get going again. Finish out that 406.50 target. BBAI, yeah, it's an AI defense company. It's getting a little better, but we want to take last month's highs out because they've been shorting this thing for a while. But the way the strat works is this. When you are inside a previous range, you see these 3 months, so this quarter, these 3 months. If we go from this high to this low, boom, right? All of these bars, this whole broadening formation is inside of that. So when this firms up, what's happening? Well, the sellers sold it down, but they weren't willing to sell it at $2 again, right? They're like, no. BBAI is worth a little more than $2 now. So when this starts firming back up, the sellers weren't willing to sell lower, and broadening formations exist. So if the buyers get control by taking last month's highs out, or we go inside month for next month, if buyers gain control, the buyers might be willing to pay up, right? If they're willing to pay up, they'd be going 160%. So I'm really interested in that. And the leaps are so cheap because they're not pricing that in. The options market prices based on volatility. They do not price off based on directional volatility that we can actually see coming. So, I'd prefer to see this go inside month, but for now it is firming up. I already have a position there, but I want to use that monthly. At the very least, if I'm going to try and add to it, I'd use the month. The quarter in this yearly open at 560 is the most important. If we can go green on the year, then we can start really squeezing those guys as well. But the month would happen first. You can see Tesla, boom, 406.50. So now we go to the daily and we say all nearby targets are taken out. So we're at risk of broadening formation. short-term broadening risk, because once you've taken out all those nearby targets, the next level of resistance is going to be above these previous highs. So, you got some distance to make that happen. What would they have to do? Well, more than likely, and they don't have to, right? If they're really aggressively buying, they don't have to, but more than likely you see profit taking first, stopping out some guys, and then it goes, if we're going to really take them out today. And it doesn't have to be that deep, right? It just has to be, get some red bars in there first, because you become, when we're looking at this, you see that slight red and then 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Eventually that buyer's done. For now, they're not. So we're good to hold. And we've got a half hour left. So if we look at the second 30 of the 60, this will either confirm this huge buyer that we found off the inside 30 signal, risking 20 cents, now up $10, or negate. For now, if that 30 is green, you got another 30 minutes to see if that's going to keep going. So we'll see if that buyer is aggressive enough. But short term, you've hit your nearby targets, Tesla. Next target's way up there, about $10 higher. And for now, they're confirming 221ers, 30 still green, buyer's still here. XLE is good. Which direction? Well, you can see they sell it all morning, and now they're going profit taking. So they go all the way down, and now 2215, first 15 to the upside. They were trending down all morning. That's the first one up. So if they're going to keep selling, you want to see it reverse back down. So like 2 up, 2 down, or a 3 if they're going to keep selling it. But for now, XLE, you'll see they firm up slightly. XOP firms up slightly, and then at OIH, they're kind of just sitting there doji. Not too much. Healthcares, you had some corrective activity in there, and they still have some broadening formation to target up into 149.90, give or take. What, 149? So 149.60 is target one, but up in there, 150.25. Slight red 15er healthcares get them going back up again. See Tesla, so they go back to the highs, but are they anywhere near taking that next level? Not quite. So that buyer, for 1 minute, they buy into high day, and then look at this. Goes green to red. So this is what profit taking looks like. It goes up, it's still trending up. Right now it's still trending up. But the seller's more aggressive, they're countering. So whoever bought in the previous 30, they're doing some slight profit taking. At this point, they're nowhere near going an outside bar. So is it going to become a 3 and go all the way, drop $10 back down? Right? It could, but probably not. However, they could easily drop, like $5 off the highs. So defend your winning position. They tried to continue. It did not continue. It's starting to reject. Netflix. Yeah, so they go 60s, 2s up. They're nowhere near going an outside day, but for now, you can say they fully recovered that. It was first the inside 30s up, then the 60s. But, how are you going to fill this gap? You got 10% to fill. I don't know if you're getting all that in one day. SPY, 225ers back up. So the slight corrective activity, they're still buying her. Dow Jones looking the same. IWM a little bit, pulls off a little more off the highs. So as the first 15 down, you'll see slightly lower lows after the slight higher highs. So right in here's the triangle. So you might get a 5-minute hammer in the small cappers. Qs went hammer 5ers up with SPY as well. So you can see Tesla, the second that 30 goes red, profit takers kicked in. And every person that takes profit is forcing more of these guys on the left to go into a losing position and take profit. Now, we did get very slight lower low on the oneer. Like this. So you might be able to get a oneer back up if they're going to try and reflip that 30 to green. But that's going to be that line in the sand. You want to get that 30. You got out of Tesla at the upper triangle line. Yeah, I would just say still keep that on the radar. You still got all day. It's momentum measured move. So when we look at this, Tesla, they rally 50 points. They consolidate for one day. They might do another 50, right? depending on how aggressive this buyer is. Now, is that all in one day? Probably not all in one day, right? But you got corrective fiber at this point. That does not change the 60. It did change the 30, so you would have to negate that 30 again if we're going to see it. Materials, looks like they're still coming off the highs just a wee bit. Healthcare's, boom, high day. How'd you know? Right here, slightly red. They got short, incorrect. The day's still green. Go to the highs. Get. We have not seen LLY get moving yet, but it is one of the firmer ones I see in there. Imagine a lot of your therapeutic companies are also going. Amgen in the healthcares goes double inside 30s up. It's a little trickier in here. A lot of the healthcares are inside month. So let me take a look quick and see what we can get. SYRE SMMT 11. 11's a good one. If you're an investor, I'd be looking at that. Look at this. Reclaim levels at 53 to go to 250. And they're in the therapeutics. Therapeutics seems to be picking up a lot more steam, mostly because a lot of people are starting to get into, you know, health and wellness type space, and they want something besides crazy medications. They want to use peptides, right? That's what everyone wants to use. Not sure if 11's a part of that, but I wouldn't be surprised. However, though, this one's inside year up all year. 2 up quarter again. It's pretty interesting. Right now, though, they're not too interested in it. It's 2 up in red, 60. Let's go take a look at some others. See, on the strongest healthcare names, I'm really just not seeing that much versus LOI and Amgen today. I know there's a lot of healthcares. I'm not the best healthcare trader. Normally we focus a lot on chips and semis. Or tech and semis, my bad. It's like CVS is in there. Inside 30's up right now. It's kind of about all I'm able to find here that's interesting. Let's see. I apologize. We haven't had all 4 time frames up all morning. Can make your head spin. Let's see. HIMS is pretty interesting. If we can see that firm up later. Got about 22 minutes till those 60s close out. I'm going to set some alerts here and see. Yeah, J&J, LLY, Amgen. Seems like it's kind of like the boring stuff. Netflix might want to finally sell off. Yeah, finally. So you get the slight higher high, broadening formation, triangle they out. And you own short Netflix against the morning highs. Triangle they out. Now, what? The 30 flip is bringing it back in. So what you'd have to see is this. You're probably going to get an outside 15. You'd have to see that 30 either go 3, and then maybe you could take everyone out, or 2 230s in 20 minutes. Now, since it's already pretty red, you got 20 minutes to go outside 30. And you see how that shooter 5-minute signal caused price to come back in. So yeah, I'm still interested in selling Netflix because it's really easy. If you're buying Netflix this morning, it's really easy to get the heck out of that if it doesn't look good because it's gapping down today. Unlike SPY, which is gap up buy, where most people, they're going to want to try and hold on to that. We can take out these morning lows. I think, we could get some amazing stuff going there on the 0DTE front. But we will have to see. Going to need to set up that shooter 60 in 20 minutes. While that happens, SPY, red 15er corrective, and then inside 15 actionable signal. So either side of that, if we close inside in about 5 minutes, we'll either confirm or negate. Industrial's reversed from the top of the broadening formation. So you can see right up at the very tippy top of our broadening lines, that's right where that sell order started hitting the market and the profit taking started happening. So you can see how that support and resistance right here is way broadening, whereas most traders will put it right at these highs. It's actually much, much above those highs. As we come to the flip, HIMS, 225er hammer. They go hammer counter shooter 5er at the bottom of the 5-minute triangle. If that were to work, it sets up a 32215, sets up a 2230 for the 60 flip, maybe an inside 60. You don't have to be the first one in there, but I'm interested in it because we're nice and green. We got that month kicking in, still very green week, so could get some momentum action today in HIMS. Jets, let's see. Yeah, shooter 30. So what you want to think is this, right? The month is green, week's green, day's green. The second that 60 or that 30 signal shooter kicks in, that buyer's gone. So the only thing left to do if everyone's long is either take profit, which is what this signal's trying to force them to do, or it's going to consolidate. So we go here on the 60. That 30 works, it's going to set up the 2260, which could take out the morning lows. And that would be the bigger move if we could go, outside day down. But, we have to change a lot, so don't want to get our hopes too high. But we will have the new 60s opening up soon. As far as who's weak, small cappers, shooter 30 down to IWM after gapping up into all-time highs here. So that's where you see relative weakness is small cappers. Buy a few, what is to lose? Let's see. G Pro 2 month. GoPro. It's been higher. I think the problem with GoPro is all these knockoff brands started popping up from China, and most people didn't want to spend the money on GoPro. I wonder what their earnings have been doing. Yeah, look at their growth. They literally, they 400 million, 300, 175, oof, 170. I can see why no one wants to buy it. However, this week and this month they wanted to buy it. It's up 76%. It's crazy. Netflix, they're putting the puke on them. Look at this 30. Is that getting redder? Yep. That is getting redder. So what's it doing? Forming the shooter actionable signal on the 60-minute. So if that were to kick in, you'd have the week red, flip the day red, the 60 red, and the month might go back to red. So if this 60 kicks in, it goes from being 60-day week or 60-day month green to 60-day week month all red. So it's almost directly flipping continuity. If we can get it, we'll have to see. We go to MU. It's like triple inside 30 at this point, so still interesting. If the market's weak, MU's got some natural sellers in there today and yesterday and the day before, interestingly. Not sure why, but someone's been unloading some of this, or at least they're not willing to buy it as much as everything else. We go to Tesla's. You can see if we mark out that 30 open, notice how they're still below it. So the thing when you're below these opens is if the 5-minute can't change it, the new 5-minute opens, and then that 30 seller's still there. So you see they tried to change it, but this, everyone's already bought, at least as far as we see. Now the second 15 of the 30, that's trying to counter it, but it's inside bar. So we'll say Tesla's still firm, right? 15ers haven't reversed, 30s haven't reversed, 60s haven't reversed, still firm, still above all its opens. It's just consolidating, it's going sideways. Netflix, the 3-2 15er. Yeah, you can go for it. Only thing is with 3-2s, it's a broadening range expansion. So you have to be aware, your stop is the high of this, at the very worst, 97.65. Because if you're going to short the bottom of a broadening formation, you don't want to put your stop at the top, because it's going to blow you out if you're wrong. So don't let that get away from you. I'm much more interested in getting that 60 going. Like if we go 3-1 15er as like a momentum shooter or something, and then we can use that to trigger the 30 and the 60, that'd be way more interesting to me. Because then we have more signals to play with. For now, SPY is inside 30 consolidation. Qs is inside 30 consolidation. Dow is inside 30 consolidation. And IWM is 2230 reversal. So we can say relative weakness IWM. However, it's not changing the day. So it's still corrective at this point. Just profit taking. Dow, SPY, and Qs setting up the simultaneous 30 inside bar. So we'll have a simultaneous break setting up in the indexes in about 15 minutes if they can hold on to that. LLY, let's see. So LLY, they went up and then they go RevStrat 30. Only issue here is you're nowhere near changing that day. However, you're doing it from exhaustion risk because it's right at that daily target by 1 penny. What do we know to be true though? So this month it's consolidating. So unlike the rest of the market, it's not rallying. This week it is trending down, but it's a doji during its inside month doji. And then today it's inside bar up. So it's more likely, since we're inside month, we're mother bar week, this day is more likely to RevStrat or go outside, but it's also less likely to actually be moving right now. Like it's really not doing that much. So just be aware of that. We want long red bars, long green bars, because then it's really easy to know what's going on. It's like you could have the new 30 go green, and then all of a sudden the day is in force and the 30 is green, and it changes what's going on. Or it's red, and it's going to try and change the day, and it's still an inside month, still mother bar week. It's like, maybe. If you're going to short it, you're doing it at the right spot. It's a little bit choppy in there today. There's Netflix, so you can see the 3-2-15 right there, and then your stop, you don't want it any higher than the high of this bar if you're playing that 3-2 because of its broadening range here. So if that's going to work, you'll just go outside 30 reversal like this at 96.92, and then you're going to have that shooter 60 where they bought it on the gap down. They're trying to buy the gap down. They tried to reverse it, but that was it. They were nowhere near going outside day. So this buyer was not willing to buy it at 109. So it comes back in, and we're going to have that signal to work with. That will be hopefully some fun stuff for us. Now, since there's some threes in there, if they are aggressive enough to just puke it, they could just go right to low day, right all in 1 hour. But hopefully they give us a little time to get in there and play. Tesla's, you can see again, they test the 30 open, that 30 seller's still here. So they're still taking their profit from the morning session. And SPY, so far, second 60 of the day, they did go up, right? They did confirm. However, they're starting to form a shooter actionable signal, which could change what we know to be true. Because if that were to kick in, the magnitude is low of day, which would change the day from green to red. And it could be a crowded position, right? It's been going up and 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 up. So we'll see. For now, if you're a daily buyer, it's not like we're terrified of this. We got about 10 minutes for these 60s to close out, and we're still going to have these inside 30 signals. So on the flip, these 30s will be getting our attention on the indexes if you're a futures trader. If we go to, hopefully, Thinkorswim. Yeah, I'm going to try and get Thinkorswim open so we can get a quick overview on the market here. And we can easily... Uh-oh. Come on. Close my account? Wait, let me think. I haven't used it in so long. I got it. There we go. Goodness, I am so freaking sore. 353. Thinkorswim's being awfully slow. I also might have all my memory used up. Let's see. How is it running at 100%? Interesting. It's probably loading all that stuff. Let's see. Tesla long-term chart looks beautiful. Yeah. You got this 2 going 3/4. It's almost always going to look good. And if we look at the week, you can see why Tesla bottomed this week. Right down at broadening support. And then change in the weekly continuity, reversal, pivot machine gun. All these guys get jammed. Screwed. I'd really love if Tesla could keep going today. TOS sucks. It's great for going through charts and stuff, execution and fills and lag. Like whenever the market moves big, TOS is like, all right, we're going to fill you 10 seconds from now. Hopefully you don't mind. Something about their platform. I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's the fact that they coded it all in like Java or something. For now, SPY, you can see slight lower lows on the 5-er, just like we saw this morning. Slight lower lows, and then more slight lower lows. Still has not changed the daily open, and we're coming right into the end of the 60s. So in about 7 minutes, we will see if those new 60s open are just going to confirm or if we're going to see 2-2s. Until Schwab took it over. It was honestly not the best before Schwab. I don't know. I mean, I literally have like, what, 35 cents in my Thinkorswim. I don't use it just because it's slow. But we've got 7 minutes. Let me try and pull these up for you. We are actually going to fix that, by the way. We have a whole platform, and it's way faster and way better. We just have not released that yet. So here, this gives you a really clear picture of what's going on. So you can see the actionable signals. Where are they kicking in? Retail, right? Biotechs. This is on the monthlies. Semis is supposed to show that in there, but it's 2-2 weak as well. Obviously, indexes pretty much across the board. So you can see semis, biotechs, retail, financials. They really like those. Same exact time, they started selling energies. So that was the rotation. Sell energies, buy everything else. Now today, it's pretty much still true. So we can see inside up in the biotechs, continuation financials, continuation real estates, reversal home builders, semis, doji. So if the market were to weaken up at all, maybe there's some more profit taking in semis. And for now, SPY is, bright green, kicking bull is what it's called. If we go to where is it? I might have to change my setup here. Let me load in a default quick. One time I proved they cost me $6K due to a delayed fill in Tesla, and they put $6K in my account. Nice. That's the one thing I like about Thinkorswim is their customer service normally is decent. Like, I've never talked to Thinkorswim and been like, oh, these guys suck. Their platform is it's pretty laggy for the amount of advancements in technology. I think they're just too lazy to redo it because it's a free platform, at least relatively. There it is. All right, so these are the 60s. These are the 60s. Sorry, I haven't loaded this in a little bit, but I want to give you guys a nice clean picture today. They're all 60s. What's going on? I have to load in a different one. Got about 4 minutes to the flip, and I wanted to get those 60 scans for you guys, but it might take me a minute here. So you can see financials, those are closer to shooter 60s down. Healthcare is a little closer to 60s down, but those 60s are nowhere near changing the day. Materials, from the top of the broadening formation, 322 fun to say, fun to do on the 60s. So those are closer to 60s down as well. Utilities still hitting the lows. So where's the real selling going on today? Utilities, right? Along with, we got energies. They were selling those this morning, but look at hammer 60s. So they're trying to buy those things back on the gap now. And with the gap down, they sold initially, which is what you wanted to see. And then we saw those 15ers and we said, hey, the whole energy market just firmed up. Did it? It did, right? It did. These shorts, they're getting plastered in here. So as we get to the flip, XLE, XOP close to reversing. What did we say? Oil, OIH, what did we see? They're sitting on the bid this morning. So they're buying it this morning, or at least someone was not willing to sell it lower. So OIH is your stronger sector or sub industry in the energies today. You get slight lower low, and then what? They might go all the way back up there. So we'll see if that's the case. Now, is US oil recovering? A little bit. So go to the 60s in there. Everyone's shorting the oil. Goes inside 60. It's a sideways 60 though. So if we look at oil, it's actually going to be hammer 60, and it's going to be a rev strat. There's 2 30 minutes down, so 2 down. 2 30 minutes inside of the previous 2. And then these 2 30 minutes are the hammer. So if we go to USO, you'll see it clearly. Right there, hammer 60. So all energy stocks, they could turn on a dime right on the 60 flip. We'll see if that's the case. Right now, you have no evidence on the week or the month or the day. It's just the 60 signals. So it's either true or false. They got a lot of gap they'd have to recover. But that's where things like OIH that are a little bit stronger come into play. Since the month could be green, the day would be green, the 60 would be green, you'd have no evidence of that weekly seller anymore. So that would have a little bit more oomph to it if things firm up. And that tells you things like SLB. So SLOB, you can see this was already taking the highs out. So SLOB, they were buying that for sure. Full time frame continuity up, but still double inside weak. So I'd really prefer if it stayed inside, but stronger. Halliburton, HAL. I think that delists. Yeah, there it is. Halliburton went 62.2. So this already firmed up. Now it's red on the month, red on the week. So day and 60 on the gap down is overriding the week and month for control. So that'd be another stronger one with SLOB. But XOM, CVX, those are all going to have hammers. We got Oxy. So you can see hammers almost across the whole energy sector. So that's notable for sure. So we'll see on the flip. They might change some things that they've been doing this morning. Most notably, material is down potentially, and then energy's up potentially. If we go to stuff like Tesla's still at the highs, and they did finally change the 30. I wasn't there for it. You can see they finally got above the 30s open right here and then blew out the shorts. So Tesla's still firm. And like we said, you're nowhere near changing the day. You've got all day. You got the rest of the week. And it's Friday, right? But 60s go green again on the flip Tesla. That buyer's in there still as far as we understand. So I'm still holding on to that for now. So let's see on the flip what they want to get after. And did it work on my thinkorswim here? Let's see. Man, I'm going to have to... Oh, there it is. So this is the whole market on the 60s, and this is beautiful because when you look at the whole market across the same time frame, you can see exactly what they're doing. So we'll see if they start rotating out or into certain things, or confirming or negating would be another way to put it. So you can see NVIDIA inside 60 in the semis. That's full time frame continuity up. And all the energies, we can monitor that for signals. Qs is closer to continuing. SPY is closer to continuing. Down IWM, they go inside bar. So they're firm for now, but they're consolidating. You can see healthcares, although they're closer to reversing, they go inside bar. Semis goes inside bar. Tech inside bar. So to start off, a lot of ones. Apple's following through, continuation. Google is continuation. They're still inside day. Meta, they have an inside 60 with NVIDIA. So for now, we're not seeing too much actually change, right? They're still buying indexes. And most of the things firm today, they're still going after that. So for now, still good is what we'd say. So Q's high of day, tech is still leading. We go to discretionary, 15 are hammers up discretionary. So you had slight corrective activity. They're trying to go after it again. They are an inside 60 though. So they might start the chop shop and start stopping people out. If we go home builders, they went inside 60. So we want things that are continuing. And this is where the strat time report comes in. The strat time report is simply the way that we define where the strongest trending markets are. And it's really important because as the day goes on, you gain the evidence, like we've been saying since prior to the open. So if we go in here, the strat time report looks like this. You want it up on the first 60. So going up, going up, going up. Because these have to be the strongest things, just like SPY this week, where they buy it Monday, they come Tuesday, then Wednesday, then Thursday, then Friday. They're buying it every day of the week. So if they're going to buy it every 60 of the day, they would go up every 60 of the day. So the first 3 60s would have to be 2s up. So when we're looking in here, these would be some of your stronger names that are following through. So that includes your Qs. That includes Apple. That includes Tiva, which is a 2 going 3 month, a 3-2 expansion on the week. And you can see algos. They're like, buy, buy, buy. They're just getting after it today. We got RMBS. Includes that in there as well off the RevStrat month, which is pretty good. Rambus, 11 in the healthcares. So you can see they go up, but then they start taking some profit. We want the ones that are just going to stay at the highs. Maybe Tesla. Let's see. While the materials are a little weaker. Let's see, STLD is a little firmer. We've got a lot of 60. So this is just preemptively what we see that is confirming all 3 hours. But once this 60 closes, that's when the report is finalized. And then we'll have the list for the rest of the trading day. SPY, you can see it right on the flip. What do they do? Slight lower low, back up. That's the third one in a row today. Pretty clear cut. Qs did pretty similar, taking out all the shorts. Then Dow Jones, you have your slight lower lows. It's just a little weaker in here compared to tech. Then IWM, you have your slight triangle layout as well. And they're starting to firm up. So for now, index is still good. Semis are still firm as well, so let's go take a look at our Marvel. Marvel, still good. Look at that. Boom, takes out your daily target, still good. You have the rest of the trading day for Marvel to keep going. So if you got it at 135.49, when we mentioned Marvel had to be stronger in the semis, you're still good. It's 135.49, now trading 139.10. And you can see most traders are like, oh, it's going up too fast. I can't buy that. Not true, right? It's going up. It's like, just let it go up. See if they keep going. For now, they bought the first 60, the second, and the third. So that hits your strat attack list. And that's something you want to hold on to as long as that stays true. NVIDIA, close to taking the 60 inside up. Good mention. So you see inside day up, 322, fun to say, fun to do month on NVIDIA. Bright green week. So you got inside day signal with the 60 signal to confirm the day and the month and technically the quarter, the 222 quarter. So NVIDIA confirms the semis. Should see semis continue. For now, materials stay firm, healthcare stay firm. So you can see in the healthcares, slight lower low goes to the highs and then comes back, slight lower lows, and they're trying to go back to the highs and confirm again. Staples is still following through as well, interestingly. Utilities firmed up at the lows, so now utilities isn't going down, which actually helps the market since that was dragging things down a little bit. When we're looking at energies, you'll notice they had those 60s, but they're not doing anything. And that's why we need signals that are in force. We need to be above them. If we're not, we can go to XLE, for example. You see 1 penny above, the second it comes back in, it's no longer a signal. It's not doing anything. So if we're going to see any rotation into energies and see the whole energy market firm up, you'd have to be above that. We're not. Netflix inside fiber, good mention. Let's see. So you can see the 5-minute, your targets would be these nearby guys. And what you'd want, if we're going to get that 60 going, you want that 5-minute to trigger the 60 and get below it. So if we look at the 60, it's right here, 96.92. So you got what, 2 minutes to see if they can do it, and then the new fiber is going to open. So let's go to the 30. If they're going to do it, you need to see that 30 kick in, the 60 kick in. The thing here is Netflix, you need to take low of day out if you're going to get the really big puke. So if you're trying to trade this in here, your goal is to take low of day. If it can't do that, it's probably going to get a little bit stuck in the middle because, you know, you can see right here on the day, they went up, they went down, they're right in the middle now. So you need those signals to actually cause us to take out either side of that. We go back to the SPY after a slight lower low. Boom, high a day, and you can see they go 1 penny above. That's all you expected. Now what? And the reason that is because now your broadening formation's here. At this point, still gunning, so could they go further? Yeah, right, but for now, that was it. So right now we have on the strat attack list about 105 names all following through. App, possible 2-up day. Let's see. App. Question is, what do they do? Yeah, so how are you going to trigger that though? You need a signal. So for now, it's inside day. Yeah, anyone short yesterday, it could have stayed short still, even as it pops up in here. But, right? If you were short yesterday, would you still be holding on to this? I don't know. It's been going up for 3 hours. They might already be gone. Financials firm back up as well. So for now, on the 60 flip, we really don't see much change. And that just means most things are momentum at this point. So we pop back over here. You see the VIX firms up a little bit, but they might have just sold it off a little too much. It's at 17 bucks. For now, you'll see Dow and IWM, they're consolidating, discretionary consolidating, staples, they're going up short term, but they are inside 60. Biotech's consolidating, tech consolidating, semis consolidating, healthcare's consolidating. Financials, materials consolidating, real estates, GDX, GDXJ, Nvidia's a little firmer, retail. So, maybe we get a ton of inside 60s. That could be possible. Let's go and take a look. What do the stats look like? So out of the 1,500 stocks we track, 1,000 of them are inside. Now, they could become 2, right? A lot of these will probably become 2, but 1,000 being inside, it's a lot of consolidation going on, huh? We can also look at who they're really selling off today, and we'll see what those guys are looking at as well. CME Group. Interesting. ESQ. PBA, Pipeline Corporation. Seems like they are the biggest loser today. So if you are a short trader, PBA is really getting destroyed. We still have some monthly magnitude on that to 40.68. It's not the biggest mover, though. A lot of these, I don't know if it's considered a small cap oil company. A lot of those small cap oil companies, they only move a couple bucks. So far, you can see SPY that the slight lower low, slight 1 penny higher to magnitude, then right back into the range. And now they're kind of just going back and forth. Slightly higher, slightly lower. Starting a really small broadening formation here. Energies, they're closer to getting those 60s to break again. XLE. XOP not so much. OIH not so much. So for now, we're not seeing any change in the energy sector. We just see a lot of consolidations. And I have a few really interesting ideas. So while the market's a little sideways, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back and try and load up a few things for you. All right. So let's take a look. So you can see at this point, we're seeing a little bit of conflicts. Tech, Qs, seeing some down, some up. SPY, some down, some up. So some of the weaker things are coming back in. MicroStrategy reversing down very slightly, but nowhere near changing this. Now, if you go to the weaker names that are reversing, a lot of nobodies. A lot of people, or a lot of stocks I'm normally not watching. S&PS. Like GoDaddy, Visa, ASML. So a little bit of stuff going on. You see GoDaddy, they went up into the top of the daily triangle. And then they go 60s back down. So whoever bought that in the morning, they're not getting what they want. GoDaddy's getting weak. As far as on the sector basis, technology, QQQ, we're starting to see some profit takers countering the third 60 of the day. So you can see they went higher highs, which was all that they were meant to do, since the strat tells you the magnitude's high, all-time highs. Then it comes back in. So they're not puking, but some slight profit taking. Very light. On the sector ETF, airlines go 2260 reversal, so they're taking some profit in the airlines. United Airlines down, 60s down. Delta inside down. So Delta has to be weaker, just like Marvell this morning. Delta has to be weaker. United Airlines, we already said. American Airlines, let's see. American Airlines, 60s down. Then Alaska Airlines, probably not that one. That one's probably not coming back. But we do see some weakness in there in the airlines. Love Airlines, 60s down. So simultaneous break airlines. You see some algorithmic selling kicking in there against the morning buyers. Airlines, airlines, airlines. And uh-oh. Gosh, I have so many tabs open. I need to fix this. This is a mess. So the stream, hopefully oof. It always feels so bad closing a ton of tabs. It's like, what am I going to lose? We're just going to send it. Come on. All right. Not sure what happened to my trading view here. Made over $2,000 today on crypto stocks. Dude, let's go. I'm proud of you. That's awesome. How do you get big white text on TradingView? Which text are you talking about? Your CPU also follows the strat. That's funny. SPY, yeah, they're still up there. So just two in. Utilities still firm. Financials still coming back off the 15ers. Same with the healthcares. Materials still firm for now. The only thing we see that's relatively a bit weaker is airlines, but you need to change those daily continuity levels, which they have not done yet. Let me turn off this extended hours. MU goes 60s inside down. So there's still natural selling going on in MU. And you know it's natural selling because if you go to the semis ETF, semis is not going down. It's green. So it has to be someone specifically selling MU and maybe some other names, but still interesting to see that in there. Looks like financials, you can see on the 30s, they're starting to kick in. Goldman Sachs, 222 30s. JP Morgan goes inside 60s up. Morgan Stanley, 30s trying to trigger the 60s up. Still inside day Morgan Stanley though. JP Morgan's stronger, Goldman Sachs is stronger. So could be watching those 30-60 financials. Technologies, you had some slight lower lows on the 5-minute and then 2-2 back up. So tech firms back up there. And semis goes inside 5ers up as well. So they are pretty firm still, pretty much across the board, besides slightly in the airlines. On the inside 60s, NVIDIA confirming the semi rally, confirming tech rally. Still true. How to hold a winning position longer. It's called confirming or negating. So price is, it's an aggregation, and one second. Give me 1 second. So, sorry, let me get back to it. Price action always confirms or negates. And this is a universal truth that is irrefutable by any type of science. And what I mean by that is this. If price went up yesterday, it's either going to confirm that going up today, or it's going to negate that by not going up today. Or going down today, I mean. Now, since consolidations exist, you can have neither, right? It goes inside bar, it doesn't confirm or negate. And then the next bar will confirm or negate, depending on which direction it goes. So when you're trading, the winner looks like this, right? If you watched my video from the other day, how do we time a winning position? You find shorts, then you find a signal, and then you go boom. And it's like, wow, that worked really fast. It went instantly. Yes, that's the one you hold. Because you bought it here and it closes up here. You have no reason to get out. Is price going to go and come all the way back? Probably not, right? It's going to be harder for price to come back than for it to continue. It's just closer to continuing. So then it's about confirming or negating. The next week opens, confirm, still true, still good. Next week opens, confirm, still true, still good. Next week opens, inside bar, does neither. And then it reverses right there. That's how you know to get out, because price is no longer confirming what you knew to be true. And this does apply not just to reversals, but also the change in color like this. However, the reversals are more specific. So how do you know to hold? Does it confirm or negate, right? We go to Tesla. So if you're looking at this 30 on Tesla, inside 30 up, buy, you're risking 20 cents. Boom, $13. Is it anywhere near coming back? No. Did it negate? Well, let's see. Goes up, but it's red. So it's up, but it's red. It's conflicted. 1, neither confirm or negate. 2, up. So it went up, sideways, up. So this confirmed the uptrend. And then it went up. It confirmed the uptrend. And then 1, it's neither confirming nor negating. So if you're trailing trend, it would be the low of this bar when it closes. The current low you'd be trailing against is this. So if it takes that out, it's now changing direction. This also applies to opens, but this is the simplest way to understand it. So when you go and you watch our weekend vid, if you watch our weekend vid from this week here, what we knew to be true is SPY was closer to reversing, which would negate, because look at this. The first week of March, they sold. Then they confirmed that. Then they confirmed that. Then they confirmed that. So you could short all March. You already knew that. Then it's closer to reversing, which would negate. It was confirm, 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 closer to negating. When this broke here, negate. It's now going the other direction. Hold. It worked. The next week opens, this week opens, confirm, hold. It's still confirming. And then you can do that till the end of time, right? If it goes up for another 16 weeks, you're in, right? You got it from here. You're already up 50 points. You're in. The problem people have is the bus analogy that Rob would use. When you're trading, you have winners and losers. So you have the bus going the way you want to go, the right direction, and you have the bus going the wrong direction, which would be the losers. So what traders will do is they'll go into the market and they'll make trades. And so let's just say, right, we make this trade, it's going, it's going, it's going, right? And this is what it ends up looking like. They get out of this one. However, what traders will do is they'll take this one, they'll be like, awesome. And then for some reason, they hold on to this and hope it comes back. So what you're doing when you buy and then you get out for no reason, it's like getting on a bus going the right direction and then deciding, wow, this is going the right way. I need to get off the bus and go get on a different bus going the other direction and hope it turns around. Does that make any sense? No, it makes no sense. So when you get on a bus, if it keeps going the right direction and you're going from Canada down to Florida, it's a long trip, right? It's going to take months. You got to let it go. You got to stay on the bus for months or weeks or however long it takes, right? For this analogy. So you have to let it play out, and you shouldn't be scared to, because if you buy it at $100 and it goes to 120 in 1 week, it's like, you're never going to be in a losing trade. You could put your stop at $100 and you'd be like, all right, either this is huge and I'm the best trader in the world, or it comes back, so be it. Let me get on a different bus. Does that make sense? So with winners, this is what you want. Now, this would be a bigger time frame. So if you watched my video on Twitter the other day, by the way, financials jamming into the highs. So let's just go and show you that. JP Morgan off the 60s, almost high a day, confirming the inside day up. Goldman Sachs off the 30 break, high of day. So you got what you wanted. Price made new highs. Now does it stay there? You got this next target, Goldman Sachs, right around 927.96. Yeah, I'll keep going. Just give me 1 sec. I'm going to just go around the horn quick. The financials, 2230s. Nice. We mentioned healthcare's again, right? At the slight lower low, they did it once, and then the lower lows, they're doing it again. So here it is on healthcare's 322 on the 15s. You'll see the 30-60 flip sends them back to the highs. If we go to Marvell, 2215 again. So Marvell, now we don't know. We don't know. Because we're at all-time highs, because we're at the top of the broadening formation, we don't know. It could go 15s and go outside day, or it might just be slight profit taking for another 1 minute, which since you have 1 minute left until the new 30s open, give it that extra minute and see what the next 30 flip does. If we go to Tesla, you can see the 15er is negated. So 2 up 15er, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 1, negate. Now, if it's going to keep going, you need to see that confirm back to the upside or reverse back to the upside. Also, NVIDIA didn't quite get going on that 60, so that didn't work. And if we go to Qs is coming off the highs a little bit more now, outside 30. So this shows seller aggression. They're willing to sell on an uptrend at the highs. That's an aggressive seller. So mind that. You could see an outside 60, especially if NVIDIA goes rev strat off the highs here, and that could be an issue. As this is happening, we do see VIX really ripping back into the range. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if anything changes there. We still don't see any change in energies, but what we do see is technologies go 60s down. So I'm not sure who in the technology is just having an issue here. But Google, Microsoft, let's see, Meta, Apple, little bit. So we're seeing tech and semis, all 60s down. So let's go to MU. Boom, destroyed. Natural seller and MU. Did you know? Yep, natural seller. So right now you have semi-tech simultaneous 60s down. Right on the new 30s, they're still doing that. So little bit of an issue there. NVIDIA should go outside 60-minute in that direction. I'm not sure. I think it's just mostly MU. It's a pretty big holding in a lot of those names. So we go to Marvell. They continue. They didn't really go anywhere yet, but interesting. Seems to be mostly MU there. But, okay, back to what we were talking about, though. So, and usually you have to pay a lot more for the next bus. Yeah, exactly. But so traders incorrectly, once they get a winner, they think they should close it as fast as possible, which, you know, for 0DTE, it's a little different because it's shorter term, but it's the same thing. So we're going to get to that in a second. But what you want to do, if you know this is true, you know your smallest winner or your smallest loser would look like, you know, it works, and then it comes back and stops you out, right? Like this, break even, pretty much. Your biggest winner looks like it works, add, still good, add, right? This is what the best winner looks like. So if you know what the best winner looks like, for sure, right? The best winner always will look like that. Then what you want to do is you want to use the smallest position ever when you enter with a tight stop, because there's no reason to hold a loser, right? If you get on a bus and it instantly turns around and starts going the wrong way, it's, driver, get me off this bus. Like, I need to get off right now. This is the wrong bus, right? Right, really quick. Because if you can use a 20-cent stop to create winning positions, you can have that 20-cent stop, and sometimes you'll catch a stock and it'll go 20% in one day. And it's like, wow, all right, well, I have 5 shares, but I'm up $100 on those 5 shares already. Let's see if I can add to it. And then it goes, and you're like, all right, let's see if I can get more. It go, and you just keep doing that. The way you do it is price when it's trending. Like this, imagine this is a daily chart. What does the week look like? The week looks like this, right? So during that week, what you want to look for is corrective activity. Because if you know it's green here and you have a winner, green gets greener. If it's going to go up 50%, it has to go 10% first. It has to go 25% first, then 30, then 40. So if that's true, during the week, what you want to see is trend, corrective activity, the red bar, and then trend, take them out. Corrective activity, taking people out. And then it goes back to green, trend, take them out. So whenever it goes red like this and it takes people out with slightly lower lows, that's when you want to time it for ads. So if you can get initial entry and then it works, it's like, all right, inside bar red, all right, just rub your hands together and wait. You're like, okay, it's coming. And then once this goes green right here, try and get it. It's like, boom, the ad worked. All right, your whole stop on the position's in profit right here. So on that ad, you can triple your position size, 4x it, 5x it, however much you can or however much you want to. The only thing you don't want to do is add to it and then have your stop here. So price comes back down to your stop and you take a huge loss. We don't want to do that. It's like entry here, add here, and then put your stop on the whole trade right at this low. So if it works, you're still in. And then it goes red here. Right when this goes green, all right, let's try and get an add in here on like a 5:30, 15 signal, whatever it might be. And then let's put the whole stop, you know, like right here or right here on the whole position. Because when you do it that way, the ones that we're looking for, it's not the one where it like, by the way, OIH goes 60s up. On Thinkorswim, it's inside up on the 60s, OIH. Inside up 60s, OIH. Slob, we mentioned that one's probably going outside day, and it did. We'd prefer it stays inside week, but they're really going after Slob this morning. If we go to Halliburton, Halliburton, we mentioned it had already reversed. It's still going. So OIH reconfirms Halliburton, and that shows you some demand for the ETF now, which will rise all of its holdings due to how that correlation works. So that's a good thing for the OIH. You're adding a little bit of evidence for another 26 minutes and then we get the new 60 flip. Now, give me 1 second here. So you can see it looks like it was mostly MU dragging down the tech and semis, so nothing too crazy. Now on the day, it's a little closer to going outside, but these sellers still are not the most aggressive. They're just slightly more aggressive than those guys in tech and semis overall. If you go to energies, XLE, now triggering the 60s up, so there's a buyer trying to step in there. How much do they have to buy is the real question, though. Oxy's not really coming up. XOP is not really coming up. I would stick to OIH names if you're going to try and do any of that. Tesla, you still have this corrective activity here on the 30. So slight red 30 still hasn't reversed. So those shorts or that profit taking, probably not right. Tesla's still good. No 30s to negate yet. IWM still coming off of the slightly lower lows on the 5-er in here. Slightly lower, and then still trying to make the high day and stop them all out. Dow Jones, after the slightly lower lows in here, they already made the highs. And then Qs, they did take those 30s down, but since it was only MU really dragging things down, 225er back up. So triangle up, triangle down, then trying to go back up again. So not too much is really changing here. We got a financials. Financials, it created a winning position there as they reconfirm. Goldman Sachs, they did make another high, and they're pretty much right at that target, so we'll have to see there. JP Morgan did take out all the nearby pivots, so now we're not too sure. We'd prefer to see them follow through. Morgan Stanley still has some guys to take out. They're still an inside day, though. That being said, though, let's talk now on your 0 DTE stuff. Thing with 0 DTE, they expire at 0 if you're wrong. So you have to size for that. Like if you're taking $1,000 position and you're risking, $50 of it on a normal entry, or not 50, but let's say you're risking $100 on your entry, which is kind of a lot. But if that's what you're going to do, you kind of want to think with the 0 DTE, because if you're wrong, it almost goes to 0. You'd want to not risk. You don't want to throw 1,000 in a 0 DTE for one. Now with our tight stops, you can, right? The only thing is you cannot hold it if you're wrong, which means you have to only hold the things that are above the 60-day week and month opens. So you want to take entries like instantaneously, and you want to hold them if they're above 60-day week and month. So if you're winning, and then the new 60 opens and for 1 minute it goes red, either reduce it or guarantee you're not going to lose by bumping stops towards price. So SPY goes to the highs. Gold and silver, you got gold, maybe a 2230. Confirming the nice green week, the reversal day, and the RevStrat 60 in gold. So interesting there. So like, for example, let's say you're looking at Google and you're like, well, it's above the day open, it's above the week open, it's above the month open. Alex told me 322 above 311. It's going to go to all-time highs at 350. And we said that a couple weeks ago, believe, or actually it was last week. So the day is green, everything's green. So this is that 60 open. So if we're trading 0 DTE, what do you want to do? You want this to go red, and it doesn't have to go below the 60 open, but you want it to go red, and then you want to try and time it back through. Now, right here on the 5-er, this is a little trickier since it's an outside bar. There's no entry. But for sake of example, this was the 60 open on Google here. So you can see red 5-er, perfect. And then inside bar, and then slight lower low. That's what we want. Slight lower low for the broadening formation, and then here, 225er. This rev strat above the 60 open, which is right there, should just go instantaneously. And it does. 2, 2, 2, 2. Reversal here. That's when you reduce our exit. So on a 0 DTE, it's from here to here. Now, when you're doing this, if you catch one and it goes, 100%, 200%, you don't have to fully exit. You can reduce half and just guarantee you win. Because once you hit 100%, if you reduce half of the position, it's a free trade at that point. So you can do that, but you don't have to reduce or exit until the reversal against. So like, if we're on Tesla, inside bar entry, if you're in 0 DTEs, right, kills it. And then inside bar. This is the problem. When you're consolidating, even though it hasn't reversed and you don't have to exit, what your options are doing at this point, if we were to like overlay an option chart, in the morning, the options open around the same price and then they're consolidating lower. And then it breaks up and they go exponentially. And then they kind of come back to the middle and they start consolidating lower again. So the options price in the morning, it's going down while the market's sideways. Then it really moves heavy because we get this heavy trend. And then it starts going sideways again and it really starts going down, even though the market's not going down. So you can't hold 0 DTE when the market's going flat unless, you're in the money. And that's the last part I wanted to add. With 0 DTEs, the goal is, at least in my mind, the goal is, like, let's say this is the setup we're trading on, a daily chart. If this is $100 and the entry is like 95, the goal is to be in the money at the target so we can hold it the rest of the day if we want to. So if the target's $100, it's trading 95, the 97.5 call strike is here. So if we can buy that call strike for less than $2.50, that's perfect. Because if we hit target, we're at our break-even price or above it. If we got it for less than $2.50, which you can do all the time on Fridays. Therefore, if this works, we have the rest of the day where if we, you can reduce half or whatever you want to do. But if it continues, we have the rest of the day where we are in the money, where every dollar this thing goes up, you make another $100. And you don't need that many contracts. You just need to get one. You just need one stock like ALB yesterday. Huge. One stock where this happens. And what does that look like? Goes up really fast, then slightly red, keeps going. Slightly red, keeps going. Goes up. This was like 2 pennies red, and then it keeps going. That's what we want to see. And that's where the strat attack comes in, right? So, that all being said, as we get towards the end of these 60s, that's where we're going to start calculating that strat attack for you. Ads on 0 DTE. Yeah, so normally I don't add to 0 DTE unless I'm doing like a domino. So let's say, for example, and a domino takes a little bit more skill, but it's like playing pool. So you see Tesla inside 30 and you're like, well, if this changes the day to green, we are full time frame continuity up, and these sellers and whoever's selling Tesla today, incorrect, because discretionary has been ripping all morning. So if we drop down, this is the last 10 minutes of the 60 and of the 30. So you get the red 5 minute, and then it goes down and starts coming back. If you enter as this is coming back, or you enter, when it closes with a small size, like one contract, when it breaks, you can get another contract. And then when it breaks right here, this level, this is that inside 30 minute, you can get another few contracts. And if that works, you can add to it as aggressively as you want. However, you just got to be aware they're moving exponentially. So when you're buying it here while Tesla's consolidating, not going up as fast, they're more reasonably priced than after Tesla spikes up, $5 in 10 minutes. Like once it spikes up a lot really fast, those options normally get pretty expensive because market makers reprice them to account for increase in volatility. So you want to know that, because adding to zero DTEs is just very tricky. So I would rather add closer to the entry, or, you know, if you get a, like, let's just say, for example, so let's say this is a 15 minutes. So this is 15 minutes. Now it's 30 minutes into the day. 45 minutes, like right here. So this would be the last 15 of the 60. And then let's say we go inside bar. So we have this 15 signal. If this 15 breaks, it triggers the 30 minute right here. And if that works, it triggers the 60 minute right up in here. So it's like, if we can enter the 15 and that works, add to it and that works and it starts going, that would be how I'd prefer to do it. And then once you get the winner, if it goes like momentum hammer, you get an add signal, then you can use a tight stop and go after it. It's like, if this works, it's going to go boom. And now you're really laying it on. And then at that point, you know, let it drift away. I don't think adding super aggressively on zero DTEs is overall a winning strategy, just because, like we were saying, you know, they'll reprice those options. They'll get a little more expensive, where it could go, you know, a point off the highs and your options drop 30%. It's like, I don't want to add to that. It's trickier. As far as how I like to do it, something like ALB, for example, I was long this off the monthly signal, because higher time frame signals are the reason this trended 13% in one day. So I was long this off the monthly signal, and then it trended in the morning, and I was correct. It was up it was like $1,000 in the morning. Maybe, I think it was actually almost 2,000 by the time this happened. When it went inside 30, I was like, okay, I'm up a couple $1,000 at this point. Why wouldn't I buy zero DTEs and spend, like, you know, the $300 or whatever it is to see, you know, if this is going to be, if this is up 5%, it might be up 10% today when this signal breaks. So I get it there. It goes up another 3%, and now those are really gunning a couple 100% on zero DTEs. And then this sets up, and I didn't quite get the ad here. I really wish I did. I saw it. But this sets up. Now it's like, well, my zero DTEs I just bought, risking their money, not my money, risking their money. I can add to those now, and I can get further strikes, right? So this slight lower low goes green. It's like, all right, well, if I bought zero DTE 210 calls before, let's do zero DTE like 215 calls. They might be pennies on the dollar at this point. And you can do it that way. And I prefer that, because if you're trading bigger signals, that's the reason big moves happen. Like, the reason SPY's up so much is not because of the 60-minute reversal pattern, bear flag, bull flag, whatever you saw. It's because the quarter went green here, and they're buying this quarter, which lasts 3 months. That's why it's up so much. So if you get a longer term position SPY on the quarter and it's up huge the first week, it's like, all right, let's go play weeklies next week. And then Monday, you get gap down buy this week, gap down, buy some weeklies, boom. Now you're really laying it on. And if you do it that way, you can actually hold the longer term position and just leverage in and leverage out based on is price going up or down. And I like to do it that way. I like, that's my favorite per se. And what that would look like is, let's go to Google, for example. Let's go to Citigroup. It looks the same. And by the way, I'm seeing no changes in the market. You know, things are kind of just the same. Technologies and semis, though, you got hammer counter shooter setting up semis. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. But for example, Citigroup, right? You don't have to be the first one to buy the monthly break. However, if you can get an entry in here, right? You have this goes 5 cents lower, and if you can time that broadening formation, then once this is up in here, goes inside bar red, it gaps down, it goes green. When that happens, you pretty much know for sure that's going to all-time highs, and it's probably going further. So when this is at 123, you can buy 130 calls, you can buy 128s, you can buy 135s, you can do whatever you want because you already have the winner. You already timed it correctly. Press their money, risk their money. And that's when it gets really fun, because once you have their money, casino's open. You can do whatever you want. You'd be like, well, it might go up 50%. It's like, yeah, well, it might. It's going up this year. It might. And that's where ALB comes in. That's why it went up so much. You got the 3-2 year. It's like, that might go up, 127%. And if you're wondering how we knew that, we posted it in 2025 for everyone. And we said, or actually beginning of 2026, sorry, the 3-2 year, over 100% of upside, USA government backed. These yearly charts are just humming. It's going to be an amazing year to know what a 3-2 year is. And that was at the beginning of the year. And it's already up like 30 something percent from this. So, simple enough. So we had the yearly, then we had the monthly signal to go after it and cause that to happen. We had the weekly signal in here to cause it to happen. And we had the daily signal yesterday to cause it. And now it's inside days. So we will see. Healthcare's back to the highs after slight corrective 15er right here. Notice red 15, high a day. Red 15, back to high day. Similar to SPY, just grinding at the highs. So you can see the longer the market trends just straight up, the more exhausted the buyers get. They're like, I don't want to buy SPY at 711. It was at 700 yesterday. This is exhausting. And then eventually people take profit, stops people out, and then the broad information start kicking in again. So right now, things are pretty quiet, and that can be expected just because of that exhaustion. Now, at least in the semis, we might have some signals to work with here. So you can see this 60-minute cooking up as a hammer. And before I forget, because if I forget, we won't be able to get it from our scanner. Let me pull it up. Selling contracts against a winning position. Selling contracts against. So do you mean like if you have the 50 call, do you sell the 55 call? What are you trying to say? Okay. Yeah. 1 sec. All right, strat time report. We got 270 names that have gone up every 60 of the days so far. So if we pull that up, we will see the strongest names up in here: Carvana, Cyclicals; PVH, Cyclicals; CGI or SGI, Cyclicals; healthcare, and some technologies: cyclical. Right, so you can keep going down the list. We already knew about that. That being said, we can copy that list and we can just take anything over like 3%. We want stuff that's going today. Let's see, 5%. Yeah, there we go. So you can say these are some of your strongest names in the market today. And that's just based on algorithmic buying. They came back and they wanted to buy more over and over. Doesn't mean it's the most percentage move. It just means the most evidence that they are going up today so far. By the way, OIH is at the highs. XLE is 60s up, but they expire in 8 minutes here. All the indexes still green on the 60s across the board. Really, we don't see them selling anything. They're not even selling the VIX right now. They're buying the VIX, which, it's crazy. And if you don't know how to use this list, this is the way it works. So I'm going to drop that in the chat, because I don't exactly plan on being live streaming all morning here. But, and you know what? Why isn't biotech's on there? Is it just because it's not up that much? Yeah, so let me get the sector list for you guys too. But that first list I just dropped in the chat, that would be your 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. Yeah, I'll look at the futures. Sorry, guys, I haven't been staring at YouTube chat. Try not to. But let's go to sectors quick. We'll do the same type of analysis and see which sectors it is. It's pretty much going to be every sector. Yep. These are your sector ETFs. And those are going to be your strongest sector ETFs, your strongest names based on percent gain in that 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. MU may be reversing. Yep. Well, you can see, what did they do? Triangle layout, 3. So there's a broadening formation here. So if they're going to recover, you got the RevStrat Hammer 60 minute. So in 5 minutes above this, 460.46. That's what you'd be looking at. Now, if it doesn't reverse, you know, this still might be in more trouble, but that 30.60 will matter. All right. I don't want to waste too much time here. But with that list, the way it works is like this. So if you go to ALB from yesterday, or actually Doc N, the way it works is this. So you can see they buy, they buy, they buy. What are they doing today? Buying. Is it anywhere near the daily open? No. So when this goes red on the 60 and they're shorting at high of day thinking it's turning over, is it anywhere near going down today? No. The second this 60 opens, zero drawdown, goes back to high of day, 5%. That's how that list works. So we go to biotechs, for example, right? Now that this is gunning, right? These slightly red bars, it's a buy, right? Slight lower low, it's a buy. That's how we want to think. Now, it doesn't mean buy it when it's going down. It just means once you get the red bars and signals the other way, it should go to high day, for as far as we know. That being said, OIH off the inside 60, they're up about, they just jumped a little more. They're up almost 1% there. Energies off the 60s, they firm up. So now we have even more evidence the market's rallying today because even energies are going up and they gap down huge today. So that is notable, and that'll help SPY and Qs and everything pound into all-time highs, because if everything's going up, it's going up, right? Even gold and silver are going up. So we have huge net inflows across all sectors and ETFs and a lot of their holdings. As we get to the next flip, technologies, we'll have the hammers 60s and all that fun stuff. And what I want to do right before the flip is show you what we can do. So we can go 2 down, hammer. So 42 names, go like this, copy it, clear it out, go to today. These will be your strongest ones, so we can quickly take a look there. So Oklo, they're buying it this month. They're buying it this week. Nice, good stuff here. They reversed last week and just take them all out. 3-2 reversal today. Hammer 60. So if this kicks in, everyone's a buyer. It should be going back to high of day for 5%. And that'll tell you more utility names, or not utility, uranium names. So NNE, Hammer 60, 3-2 reversal day. It's going up this month, going up this week. So that'll give you back to high day more than likely. It tells you uranium, URA. URA is inside 60, so it has to be stronger than what we just showed you in Oklo and stuff, which tells you UUUU. You know, it's a little bit, it's double inside 60, so maybe. UEC, that one's already high day. So you got some natural buyers in UEC. You still got pivots. You could trigger the RevStrat month. And UEC is normally a stronger name in the uranium sector when they rally. So that's definitely notable. We go CCJ, double inside 60. So the whole uranium sector, CCJ, UEC, URA, of course, quadruple U, question mark. It's a little weaker. Oklo, 60s for the flip to the upside FTX. So we can look at those uraniums. And then in the semis, we'll have MU 3122 RevStrat, question mark. You'll have the 30 in there as well, so a 2230 to cause MU to reverse. We go to Marvell. Remember how we said Marvell? Let that 15 or close, see what the next 30 does. It didn't go down at all. It went down 9 pennies. Boom, that buyer is back. Slightly red, and then boom, right there. Literally 9 cents of risk if you're risking that low. It's already up $1.50. So still good. You can hold that all day if you got it off the inside 15. When we pointed out the relative strength this morning. If we go to other semi names, let's see. So LRCX, RevStrat. LRCX, 122 RevStrat. AMAT, double inside 60. Semis. AMD, RevStrat. Oh yeah, semis is about to explode. If those kick in rev strats, AMD, MU, LRCX, Marvell, they should all explode. Let's see, AVGO. Not so much, but it's going up. By the way, OIH to the highs, new high day again. Did you know? You did. You did. We knew before it reversed, didn't we? Wow, energies is going down, and OIH isn't even making a low of day. It's just sitting there. What are they doing? They must be sitting on the bid, waiting for the markets to firm up. They're not willing to sell it. We are correct. Slab. To the highs. Halliburton, still good. So the 60s already reversed, but they continued. They're continuing again. So still algo buying in the Halliburton, the slab, the OIH on the gap down energies. SPY for the 4th hour in the row, still going for now. The only thing you could say is maybe it turns around. At this point, there's nothing going down right now. Maybe airlines, maybe they're a little closer, but there's really nothing. So semis, 2260s up. LRCX, RevStrat 60s up. AMAT, inside 60s up. AMD, close to doing it. And then MU, 30s up. So semi, simultaneous break to the upside. You got tech and semis trying to confirm full time frame continuity. We also have a lot of inside 60s. So materials, inside 60s up, close to happening. KBE, banking, close to going inside 60s up. So we got a lot of inside bars, and we need those to break if the market's really going to push on this next 60 flip. The semis is the first to break, therefore they must be stronger. So far, uranium's nothing. Semis becomes the focus. Sorry. So SPY and IWM to the highs. Regional banks goes inside 60s up, confirming financials rally. So XLF on the 30s. Notice you had corrective activity on the 30, but it did not reverse. So financials, they're 15ers up. They're still good on the 30 222s. Which tells you Goldman Sachs, although, you know, it did come back on the entry, it did not reverse. So they're still there. JP Morgan, they did come back a little bit, but, you know, there's still a little bit of buying there. So kind of. They're not quite as strong as SPY and IWM. We go to Tesla. Nothing yet, but they closed the inside 60 out. On the new 60 flip, some slight profit taking in slab. Halliburton still at the highs. XLE still working on trying to make a high day, and then we're not sure. Materials about to break an inside 60 up. So far, LRCX, they're closing in. They just negated the day to green, full time frame continuity up, but it's got to stay above the 60 open. So around 267.47 is that line in the sand. And we got a lot of hour left. So like we said before, you don't always have to be the first one in to a simultaneous break. If it's going to go, what you're going to see is signals and stuff on the 3-minute, the 5-minute that will confirm pretty much across the board. For now, Staples is still right at the highs. XOM testing the bottom of the... Yeah, I mean, they took a lot of people out of this one in here. So in the energies, it's doing the same thing as XLE. You know, if there was a time for them to put a bottom in, it's when everyone just got out. Right? That would make sense. For now, technology's inside 60. NVIDIA, we're not seeing too much. AMD still has yet to break the 30s up for the semis to try and confirm that. MU is green on the 60 flip. The 30 2-2 reversal on MU is still true, so they are attempting to rev strat. APLD, oh, I missed it. That sucks. Sorry about that, but we got the inside 60 up like we wanted. It took yesterday's highs. They're still not the firmest intraday. Let's see if they get corrective activity in there. But you can see MU, someone's trying to counter that seller. Whoever that seller was, we'll see if they can. So you got banking inside up, regional banks inside up, materials inside up, retail inside up, and then energies all twos up. SPY's going up still, just confirming. IDBM's still going up, and then Dow and Qs are really close to confirming. If semis can take the highs out, it should confirm the Qs. But if you look at this is the dashboard, it's like boom, 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 boom. Meta just broke double inside bars up. So we've got things confirming, right? So it's got to stay that way, because we know inside bars, once they become a 2 stays 2, or it becomes a 3. So you want to stay 2. If the 2 starts going red, that's when you know you're at risk of a 3. So we want to see these all stay green and stay 2, and we should just see SPY just continue grinding up. Qs and Dow just confirmed. So now the algorithms just turned on all in here, and we identified a new, more aggressive buyer in all these things with signals up. So for now, the whole market, almost the whole market is a 2 up. It's going to be hard to change that. So we got about an hour to see if they want to keep that 2 in. And you'll see the triangle on SPY. They really chopped them up in here. Then they finally start getting out of that and expanding to all-time highs. It's all up to the buyers. Are they willing to pay higher prices? Are they getting exhausted? For now, they seem willing. NVIDIA stuck. Yeah, I think it's what, inside, right? Yeah, triple inside. Look at this. This is called mother bar issues. All right, the buyers aren't willing to pay up. The sellers aren't willing to sell down. It's a stalemate. Nothing. Google's still 2-ing up. Microsoft went 30s 2-2 reversal, so Microsoft intact. It confirms the market rally. For now, uraniums, notice how they don't break. I guess URA, you got what, 1 penny? Yeah, 1 penny up, and then it goes red. That's at risk of going rev strat down. So, inside bars, they can cause rev strats as well, and you got to know 3s exist, or else you're not going to have a very fun time trading. Because that's trying to go outside bar, and that would change the daily continuity. It's probably not going to change the month and week, but for now, uraniums, we're not seeing any buying. CCJ is also rev stratting right now, so we're not seeing anything there. UEC, you'll see they ticked up, profit taking off the highs, so for now, uranium's nothing. Not a zilch, zero. In the materials, ball 22260 confirms XLB. Could trigger a 2-2 month up. Ball, BALL. It is right at high day, so it's got to stay. Staples take out the highs. You can see utilities from the bottom of the triangle. They're still coming back. It's crazy. They're buying literally. We go and look at your stats here. So intraday, you can see there's still a lot of things inside. And that's good because if they become twos, market should rally. But right now, materials, energies, utilities. Weird, right? They sold all that stuff off the other day. Now they're leading. So interesting. It's not directionally bearish for the market, right? If we go to the 60s, look at it. It's across the board. This is algorithmic buying across the board. So unless that changes, everyone's a buyer, is what we see. Identifying the broadening information on the one or before the flip. Yeah, well, let's see. So for example, and this isn't the best example, but right on the flip, 1730, where's the broadening formation? It's right here. Slightly lower. You'll see it would have been slightly higher. So this goes 2-2 right into the top of it, expands, and then you want to stay out of that. You can trail your stops up this stuff. It's relatively simple. It's the thing you have to understand is when price discovery is happening, what they're going to do is they're going to test both sides, and then they break out or expand on one direction. So if we're going to have, right, an hour that looks like this, what happened on like the 3-minute? On the 3-minute, it might have gone, slightly up and then triangle back down, hammer, break, and now it's expanding. Then you have the slight corrective activity, didn't come back in, keeps going, right? And this would be like what a nice green 60 looks like. So how do you time it? Slightly lower low with the signal, and then it goes. So if you're going to have a long green bar on the monthly SPY, right? It's like, here's the monthly open, same thing. Go here to the 60. It's like, how would you time the monthly open? How do you create a winning position? Well, the gap down right in the lower lows here, buy, never comes back, right? If you're a monthly guy, you buy it at the bottom of the 60 triangle to try and get into the monthly green. Now, the month was red when that happened, but since broadening formations exist, if you buy it down here, it's trying to take out Wednesday's highs. And then it does on Monday. And then the same thing, right? If you're trying to buy the month, you probably would not prefer to buy it up at the highs here. Let it go down first, right here, slightly lower lows. And then that's when you want to try and get after it. Now you'll see they retested it, but that's the monthly open. They hold the monthly open. Then overnight, all the good news comes out. And now you're good. And if you miss that, you can see this would be the beginning of the week. So the weekly open is right here. So if you're going to time a weekly entry, you can use the 60 broadening formation to time it. Slight lower low, buy with full time frame continuity, all the way back through the triangle. So it's the same thing. And the reason it happens is because of threes existing, right? Like if SPY, like we said this morning, if it's going to go up, you want it to go down first. So when it goes up to the highs, it's like, this is the top of the broadening formation. We don't want to buy all-time highs just straight up. Not at all. You want it to go slightly lower right there. That's when you want to do it. Because now if it works, magnitude high of day, and if it keeps going, here's your broadening formation expansion. You can just keep your stops even, or you can put them at the top of this broadening line here. And you can see at this point, they have not lost this support as far as we know. Does that make sense? So right now in the chips, we see LRCX closing in on high day, but not quite taking them out. So if they can't take out high day, we just have to be aware of this, right? Broadening formations exist. So we want to see that 60 open stay green, or else they go at risk of counter participation group. Right now, materials, regional banks, financials, it's kind of the, energies, right? It's like, it seems like they're less interested in tech and they're kind of broadening their buying to everything else they weren't really getting after before, or at least not as much. As you can see earlier in the week, there's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They didn't really buy much regional banks, but now they're really getting after it. and they still have a target on the month. So it seems like that's what they're doing. They're not selling tech. They're just getting other stuff. But it's kind of just let them grind higher till they're not doing it anymore. It's like MU on the 30. It's still good, but it has not triggered the 60 to change the day. If it's going to change the day, it has to be above 40 or 460.46. So if that doesn't get above that, we might just not have anything to talk about there. For now, SPY, another high day. Banking ETFs, more highs. Industrials also went inside 60s up, so industrials, banks, and materials, and retail. And energies. It's interesting. So you go to XLE, you almost got what you're looking for. It's not the biggest move in the world, right? It's only up almost like just under 1% once we hit high a day. But OIH, which is stronger, OIH is up almost 1% off your inside 60 212 reversal on the gap down buy. We go to Schwab. They went outside days, so they're already taking some profit here. This is the biggest holding in OIH. It's not reversing, but slight profit taking. If we go to Halliburton, they're still going after Hal, and that's still got targets on that to take out. So let's see regionals. Could you please do a new mini video on what you just discussed? Yeah, I guess we could do it right now. It'd only take like 5 minutes. But semis is still in force on the 60, so they might just be taking their time on the semis. Still true. LRCX, you can see on the 5-minute, they had the slightly red fiver. They didn't change the 60, so they're still buying that, at least as far as we understand. Now, AMAT, not so much. You see, AMAT comes back to the 60. Let's see. MU, nope. AMD did go rev strat 60, trying to change that daily open. I guess, okay, before we dive into, I'll record that for you. But before we do that, I just want to mention, like we said before, buyer exhaustion exists. For now, it's not. Right? We're nowhere near changing the day, nowhere near changing the week or month. If you're like, Alex, well, how am I going to time when it changes? It would be a 60-minute reversal. That 60-minute open has to go red first. So, unless that 60 open changes on these things, pretty much they're just still firm. Even if it does change, they're nowhere near changing the day. So, if you're going to see any big selling, it'll probably be like last hour of the day, maybe the last 30 minutes or something. At this point, they're just 2, 2, 2, 2. They're just, we have no reason to believe it's going down at this point. But that also doesn't mean you should just jam yourself into all-time highs. We said, slight lower low, slight lower low, slight lower low. We had 3 entries in here off the slight lower lows. So those were the entries. We don't want to just jam into the highs. Make sure you have your stops in there. So just want to put that PSA out there. Don't just put your stop at the daily open and hope it never comes back. Make sure you're not going to let yourself lose. But we can talk a little bit about timing. So the question we had on stream was timing our entries at the beginning of big time frames. And the gist is this. Big moves are big time frames. Like if you're going to trend all year, right, for the investors, what would the monthly chart look like, right? Like the monthly chart would probably look something like this if we're going to trend all year. You might have some selling in there, right? I don't know how many months, give or take, 12 months, right? What does the yearly chart look like? It looks like this. So one bar for a whole trading year, which means this open is how you time it. When this open occurs, that's when you want to time it if you're an investor. Or ideally, you want to time it within like the first or second quarter of the year. Because if it's going to close up 100%, you want to buy it near the open, right? You want to buy it before it goes up 100%. So it's just logically, that's how it works. Therefore, when we're timing entries, how do we time them? Well, we want to do it at the opens, ideally, or near the opens. And we want to use the broadening formation. Because over time, we know price discovery will take out the lows and the highs. And it will look like this. And then eventually, it takes off in one direction. Why would that happen? Well, let's imagine this is the weekly chart. If this is the yearly open right here, what's going on? The yearly guys buy it, and then the weekly guys, they come and sell it. Triangle they out, stopping out the yearly guys. Then the yearly guys go and buy it. Weekly guys, maybe some monthly guys come and sell it. Triangle they out. Yearly guys are stopped out. Then the yearly guys, monthly guys, weekly guys, they come and buy it. And now, whoever was shorting this thing in here, if we stay above all that stuff, they have to get out of that short. And all the momentum traders, all the investors who are like, whoa, this sector's up 50% now. They go start chasing that. So you're getting everything at the same time. You get all the shorts getting out. You get the buyers who are willing to go and buy higher prices. And when you pair that all together, it drifts away. It leaves the range. So at the beginning of higher time frames, if we're going to have, let's say, a week that looks like this, on a 15, 30, or 60 minute, at the beginning of the week, what you will likely see is that broadening formation. Now, it doesn't have to do it more than once, right? You can just have slightly lower lows, and then it goes and takes off. But it's because price takes people out. So we can see the weekly guys initially buy. We don't have to be the first one. They initially buy, then they get stopped out, and then they come back to try and buy it again because they were serious about that. They want to buy the stock. And those sellers were not so serious. So that's how we want to time it. And when you're looking at a broadening formation like this, what you have to realize is, let's just say, this is let's say this is a 60-minute chart. So if we draw the 60-minute candles, this is the first 15 minutes, this is the second 15, the third 15, the fourth. So this is the first 60. The next 60 opens, goes down, and then comes back. So what happened? It went up, 2 up, then it went 2 down, and then right here, the new 60 opens, boom. So what is it? It's a hammer actionable signal. So when you're looking at lower time frames, the broadening formations are the same thing as actionable signals. They're the exact same. It's just one time frame higher or a couple time frames higher. So when we're looking at OIH, for example, today, right? The day opens, it goes down, but then it starts coming back. What happened? So it opened, went down a little bit, and then hammer actionable signal, right? Coming off the new lows. That's a broadening formation. Where's it going to go? High of day. So you have new high of day, new low of day, and then hammer signal, going back to new high of day. And if you didn't get that, inside 30 hammer signal, going to break the high of day. And if it's going to work, what is that doing? This is the monthly open right here. So look at the month. They buy, right? And you'll see it's kind of a mess in here. But they buy, then they get stopped out. Then they buy, then they get stopped out. Then they buy, then they get stopped out, right? And this is the broadening formation over and over and over and over. This is all that's going to ever happen. So you want to time it ideally at the beginning of the month or the second week of the month. And you don't have to get the perfect entry at the open, right? We don't have to do that because we know if it's going to go up 100%, it has to go up 20% first. It has to go up 50% first before going 100%. So in a trending market, if we're going to go, let's say from $100 to 150 in 1 month, what does the week look like? Well, the first week, they probably buy it. The second week, they buy it. Maybe in the third week, there's some profit taking, and then they go and jam them out last week of the month. And this would be like a 100% gainer on the month. So you can either look for this, right? The inside bar or the slightly red bar on the really big gainers. Or once it's up 20% the first week, go and time the low of the week in here. Right? So during this week, if we went to a 60-minute, maybe it looks something like this. Initially it goes up, then it goes back down. We get an inside signal. And then Tuesday morning, it opens up and it goes, boom, takes everyone out Tuesday morning. So Monday, they bought, then they stopped them out. Tuesday morning opens, they're still buying. Right? And then maybe it's like this, and then they continue buying, right? So it's just always let it go down first. Then if it works, does it change the open? Does it time the open? Does it confirm what's already happening? Right? Like this broadening formation, notice how it's occurring way above the monthly open. So this is a broadening formation to continue. It's just confirming what's already going on in the month. So when we go to something like AAOI, for example. So what's AAOI doing this month? It's a buy. Right? It's a buy. How did that happen? Well, if you look at the weekly went slight lower lows, and then right on the new month, that's when they started getting after it. Now, how can we time that? Well, the month, if we draw that open out, this is the open. So what did they do? It went up, then it went down Thursday, second day of the month, gap down buy, and then they take them all out. Now, if we're going to time it later in the month, you want to see it go into lower lows and then start going back in that direction, ideally with some red bars to trade through. So if we go to the 60 or let's just go to the 15, you'll see it, right? During that trending month, you can buy it at the bottom of this triangle, targeting the new high. And then we don't know. Then you'll see they consolidate. They take out the new highs. We don't know. Then they take out the lows. You can try and time this. You get a little bit of a good entry. Then you can reduce or exit, whatever you're going to do. Then it'll stop you out if you did hold on to any runners or whatever you're doing. And then you can try and time it down here. You get a pretty nice trade. It does almost come back, right? And this is where it can get tricky. If you tried to buy this, it goes stuck in the middle. So it's going to be a little trickier in here. But then you'll see Thursday's open. If you know you want to buy this thing, right? This is Thursday. Do we see how this hammer signals right in here? It's the same thing as being at the bottom of this broadening formation. So either, if you're an intraday guy, you're timing the slight lower low here and then back through at the open. Or you can try and time this daily signal. And you don't have to buy the daily signal. You can let it go down first. So it breaks initially in the morning. And then you get the slightly lower lows. You get a signal. And then it finally works. And now you're in, if it's going to go this month. And obviously, using lower time frames, it's just going to be it's going to be faster. And there's going to be more bars. So you have, a lot of different entries and reductions. Versus on a daily time frame, it's like buy, hold. Right? It's just one. On a weekly time frame, it's buy, and then you get the rest of the month to see if you can hold it. So the lower the time frame you go, it's going to be a little trickier because you have to time it perfectly. You got to time this slightly lower lows in here. Got to time these slightly lower lows, right? And maybe you're trying to time these ones in here as well, which will work over time to create the winning position, but you have to manage that. You don't want it to let it come back in on you. Because you'll notice the best ones, slight lower low never comes back. Slight lower low never comes back. Intraday right here, slight lower low never comes back. And that's really what we're looking for. Let's go now around the horn and see what we got. So if we go to Meta, inside 60s up, they're still confirming. We got OIH, still confirming the inside 60 reversal. Banking, regional banks, all that stuff is still near the highs. Now in semis, we don't really see that following through at all. So if you're playing LRCX, for example, it goes up, it doesn't really go anywhere. You can just get out, right? Like market's going up. We want to trade stuff going up. If it's not really going, You don't have to stick around to find out what happens. Because it was supposed to just go, and it didn't. Now, AMD, kind of similar. You know, they're going up, so you have some time to give them, but we're not really seeing tech and semis stay firm. And we have the new 30s opening up shortly. Let's take a look at these 60s. So you can see almost everything's going up in here. However, you still have a lot of inside bars. So we'd say the market's still trending up, but, you know, 40 to 50% of a lot of these sectors went inside to either confirm the uptrends or negate. And if you look in here, and we'll zoom in, you can see the red. You have this kind of dividing line here, anything red. What that's showing you is profit taking on uptrends. So there's some profit taking going on. And there's not really many downtrends. So for now, not really changing anything. There's just about half of a lot of ETFs going inside. So just slows things down a little bit. Turnaround Tuesday. Yeah. So turnaround Tuesday, that's how we can time it. So like on a week, a bullish week, if it's going to look like this, a lot of times you'll have Monday down, Tuesday up, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Because it makes the low of the week early in the week. So it's like it might be the low on Monday, it might be the low on Tuesday, but normally it's one of those 2 days if you're going to have a bullish week, which is why you want to time that. If we go to SPY, when was the low of the week? Monday. So it was Monday, and then Tuesday reconfirmed. Now if we go to Dow Jones is a little different. Monday went down, it was green, but it made lower lows. So this is turnaround Tuesday. They gap down Monday, they buy. Gap down, buy. Slight triangle right here. Then turnaround Tuesday, it turns around on Tuesday. And if you go watch our Monday night video, you should see what we say about Dow Jones. Hey, watch out for turnaround Tuesday. Then you buy it Tuesday. Wednesday, still good. It's red, so it's profit taking, but it didn't reverse. And then inside bar Thursday. So it's chopping them up a bit, but it's not reversing. It's still going up. And then today, it opens 2 up. Everyone who's short in this, they have to buy the gap up. Or, you know, if there is any shorts in there likely was, they have to buy the gap up. So turnaround Tuesday is how Dow Jones would be timed if you're listening to our nightly videos where we tell you what's going on. And if you saw our weekend video, we pretty much said going into this week, the whole market's it's going up. Like it's going up. Nothing's changing. And it looks like I might have lost my streaming. Oh, there it is. I just wanted to say thanks. Recently on X, you posted the stats for the 2 down, 2 up. I used that to scan and I found Microsoft on the weekly 2 weeks ago. It's up almost 1600% for me. Oh my goodness. That is awesome, man. I really love that. I really love it. Well, congratulations on your win, but let's discuss why, right? If we go to Microsoft, why did it work so well? And this one wasn't even one of the best ones, right? You killed it. Absolutely killed it. However, there was some even better ones. Why did it work so well? It's because April 06, the whole market reversed that week. And I'm dead serious. So if we go in here and we go to Monday, and actually I want to go back to the previous week. I think it was Thursday was the last week that traded. Come on, load in. Wednesday? Maybe it logged me out. Nope. All right. I want to show you guys what the market looked like on the stats and then what happened, because this is why the market moves so big, where everyone's like, wow, we just had one of the biggest moves SPY has ever made. What happened, right? Everyone's confused. Let's show you. So we go to sectors. Look at this on the week. And, oh, no, it's not going to show it there. It's over here. So in replay mode, sometimes it doesn't work very well. And let me just double check that this is the correct date. Okay. 06, 02. So this is 02 Thursday. 02 Thursday. So look at this. So tech, 50% of tech was 2 down week. Half of tech was going down. 16% was going up. So there was still uptrends, right? Market wasn't full crash, which also means 40% of tech was inside week or a 3. And a lot of them were 3s. But 50% were going down, but green. That is an actionable signal because it's a downtrend where the buyers were more aggressive. So it's closer to reversing. Discretionary, 50% going down, half of those were green. Staples, right, similar, not as strong though. But if you look at it, financials, everything going up. Real estate's everything going up. Materials, everything going up. Utilities, everything going up. Healthcare's 50% going up. So what's happening? There's rotation into these specific names while the market's going down. Because if you look at SPY, 42% up, 40% down. 40% down NASDAQ, 30% up. So most things were going down. If we go to the week and we look 2 down, how many 2s down were there? 500. If we go to 200 inside weeks, and I believe 2 up, about 500. So you can see some was down, some was up. Then, if we go to the following week, we'll go to Tuesday, the next week. And this was when everything reversed before that huge gap up. But you'll see Tuesday, 659 of the 1,500 names going up. So that is just about, just slightly under half. So 50% of the market going up there. You can see real estate, 66%. That's a pretty strong trend. Financials, 60%. Healthcare's a little bit. Staples, a little bit. Tech, 50%. Once you have 50% going, pretty strong, right? Industrials, you're going to look at SPY, 2 up, 40%. NASDAQ, 2 up, 40%. So when you're looking at this, most things are going up. There's almost no downtrends. The weakest thing was Staples, and Staples has more uptrends than downtrends. It's highlighted in red here. So what about this? The downtrends, there's very few. The previous week, you had like 40% downtrends. All those downtrends are gone for the most part, besides about like 10, 15%. Come Wednesday, when the whole market gapped up, look at what just happened to the stats. Watch this. Might take a second. Here it is. Boom. 70% of the SPY going up. 70% Qs. Almost every real estate stock. Almost every financial stock. Almost every material stock. Almost every industrial stock. Almost every tech stock. What happened? They just bought everything. They pretty much bought everything besides energies. So what's the playbook? Sell energies, buy everything else. And that happened Wednesday on the gap up. But you could see it Tuesday and you could see it Monday before that gap. Now, if we go to the end of the week and see what those stats looked like on the weekly. By the way, we're starting to see some buyer exhaustion showing up. This upper wick on SPY. New 30 change. They changed what they're doing. They've been buying all morning. So just be aware, slight profit taking. Hughes is a little closer to coming in. Dow already reversed the 30s, and then IWM reclaim with the 30 shooter. So IWM is a little bit worse off there. But this is changing what we know to be true. Jets is already weaker. So airlines are closest to taking the morning lows. We see discretionary go inside 60 reversal. Junior miners inside 60-minute reversal. We only got about 20 minutes on the 60s. So what's notable is we'll have to see, do we close the 2 up in red 60-minute to go reversal and try and change what's happening? Or, do we go doji and then start a 1? We'll have to see. But for now, we see some slight profit taking. Nothing that changes across the board yet. That would happen in about 20 minutes, unless everything went like outside bar. But so far, nothing too much. I just wanted to mention. Now, if we go back, uh-oh, I might have lost my spot here. Hopefully I'm still logged in. Netflix, let me see. Netflix 21260 reversal. Nice. Took a while, right? You can see this mother bar 30. Spent an hour and a half as inside bar. Now, the only thing we need to do is take out morning lows. So are they going to be weak enough to take out all these levels? You only got 19 minutes, so might be better to wait for that next 60 and see if you can't get a 5er or something to time it. Notably, energies are still firm. All of them are going green on the day besides XOP. Also notably, gap fill OIH, and that's one of your first pivot levels of interest at 402.70. So if you bought that OIH, you know, it's not the biggest move, about 1%, but we had a good amount of evidence that was going to happen, and it did. Let's go back and see if we can't pull these babies up. So look at this. By the end of the week, by Friday last week, right? Is the market going down? No. Where's the short? Energies. That'd be the only thing to short. So, yeah, it's a rally, right? By the end of Friday, for sure, the market's going up. For sure. Because you have to realize, if 100% of the market's going up, you have to reverse 100% of the market for the market to crash or to see any form of like huge moves lower. How would they do that? Like genuinely, how would you reverse the market if you're nowhere near? We go to the weekly. So after SPY traded last week, how is that going to be a reversal? You are nowhere near taking out 650.90. This would be the reversal, 651.06. And if you're like, Alex, why would that be the reversal? Because this is a higher low and that's a higher high. So unless you make a lower low, it hasn't reversed. It's still a higher low and it's still an uptrend. So you'd have to take that out. You're nowhere near. It can't be going down. It literally can't. So the next week opens, it's still green. It's still an uptrend. There was no chance the shorts were going to be able to change that, because they would have had to go in and literally sell like however many billions of dollars across every sector ETF, like billions of dollars to reverse that. It's like, good luck. How are you going to do that? So when you're looking at the stats, it gives you a pretty clear picture of exactly what's going on. Sell energies, buy everything else. And that was last week. And this week, you know, we go to those sector ETFs and just take a quick look. Did that playbook work? Because the market gave you the playbook. Did it actually work? Let's go look at the sector view on the weekly. Delta Airlines takes low day. Good mention. Did that playbook work? So sell energies, buy everything else. All right, Qs, buy. Yep, that worked. SPY, that worked. Dow, that worked. IBM, that worked. Semis, that worked. Healthcare, inside, but that worked. Tech, that worked. Biotechs, that works. Communications, that works. Right? Buy everything, sell energies. That was the playbook they showed you last week, and it's still true this week because they reconfirmed what they were doing. So what did they do? Q2 opens, and they're like, well, market's down a little bit. We should probably start buying. So Q2, they come in, they're like, let's buy everything, and we're going to sell the energies. They're up, 60% on the year. We already made our money on energies, or we already opened those positions. Let's start going to buy everything else. And because of that, they sell all the VIX products too. And you can see, this is what I mean when I say it's like, how are you going to reverse it? Look at what all these things are doing. They're all going up at the same time. Some are stronger, some are weaker, but when you look across the sector ETFs on the same time frame, it makes it very laughable as far as, trying to know what's going on. We do see some financials coming back a little bit. Last 15 years of the 60 are going to be starting shortly. Oracle outside day. Yeah, you still got a little meat on that bone, about a 1.7%. But inside 60, so that'd be momentum. Tesla's 60 negates what we know to be true. So at this point, we have no evidence of that daily, monthly, weekly buyer. However, we're nowhere near changing that. So, you know, if they want to keep buying stuff, maybe Tesla, we get that to rip in the later part of the day. However, like we said, when you pull up all these time frames, it's kind of laughable at how simple it will look. So let's go and look at those 60s and see what the whole market looks like at this point. What can we know to be true? Well, we have 2 up in red, SPY, Qs, Dow, IWM, semis, countering a 222. So that's really not good, semis. That should have gone. And the thing with the strat is people will say, well, the signal didn't work, therefore the strat's not true. It's like, well, if we know for sure that should have gone up, what do you think's happening? There's some type of seller in there we do not know about. Which that seller could have 1 million shares to sell. They could have 1 billion. They could have 10 shares, right? We didn't know that there was a seller there. So changes what we know to be true a little bit. The question becomes, is that seller going to fully counter what's going on or not? Or did they just, you know, have some stuff to get rid of? Now at this point, energies is still at the highs. OIH still at the highs. XOP still at the highs. So what did we pick up on? Buying in the energies after the third 60 of the day firmed everything up. Now, while those energy buys algos are going, they're starting to take profit, right? That's the first thing we'll see is profit taking at high day. So that's what we see right now. The weaker things like Microsoft, they went 60 inside down. They're having a little bit more issues. Gold miners, junior miners, they're having a little bit more issues. And then communications, maybe it's slightly, right? We'll see on the next 60. But going into the flip, financials will be shooter. Materials might have a rev strat. Retail might have a rev strat to the downside. Biotechs will be inside 60 as relative weakness to the ETFs. And then tech will be inside 60 as relative weakness to the ETFs since Qs made high day and tech did not. And then OIH to the highs, energies to the highs, besides XOP. So, are they going to change their playbook, sell everything else, buy some energies? Maybe, right? They did the same thing a couple weeks ago and just the opposite. So, we're going to monitor that. Mind the flip. Each 60 flip allows you to pick up on if they change what they're doing, and the change is what matters. Because the change is what will cause traders to start doing things. So we should have some more action to talk about as we get to the next flip. Now, as far as what we would want to be selling, if the market's going to turn around, what we want to look for is where they're actually selling, right? Obviously, there's some selling going on in Tesla at this point from the 60s. But we at minimum, you want to have selling today. So like MU, for example. This RevStrat 60 never went in force. So you saw the 2230 worked, right? Went up $1 and closed $1 higher. So you got what you wanted. It just didn't work to trigger the 60. Those buyers were not strong enough. So you just cut it. And you're like, make $1, whatever. Now, if that buyer's not strong enough, what happens if we go shooter 60, countering this hammer into whoever is buying low a day with the daily seller in here? Maybe we take them out. Now, ideally, we would pair some losers with a monthly and weekly seller. That would be ideal. But right now, we see things changing just a little bit. Since we see buying of the energy sector going higher, which is interesting. It could be just closing the shorts, but that's what we see. they're buying the things going down and they're starting to take profit on the things going up. That's what we see. So we might not have continuity to work with on these things, but you can see the first 30-minute reversal of the whole trading day. Notice the buyers had control the first, second, third, fourth, inside bar, fifth, sixth, seventh. Boom, that's where the control changes. So the question becomes, does that control change to 60? And we'll see if we can find anything that will change continuity. So you can see SPY now goes outside 30 because that red 60 showed you counter participation, profit taking at the highs. Now control has changed to the sellers. And like we said, buyer exhaustion is a real thing, right? Now, since it's a 3, we don't know. A 3 is a broadening range because it has taken both the highs and the lows. So if this is simply profit taking, we would see the new 60s open and they'd come back through that. However, at this point, we are seeing a lot. Let me pull up the charts here. We're seeing a lot here. So communications reverse, semis, like we said, we don't know. Why did that not work? I don't know. There's someone there that might be selling 1 million shares. I have no idea. Just it was supposed to work. Didn't work. There's the sell. And this is why you can also flip it short and make it back if it doesn't work, because you're picking up on an unknown group when your position didn't work. So you can flip it. But now we got 3 on the Qs, 3 on the SPY, down IBM, not quite yet, but SPY and Qs, that's a reversal. It's also a broadening range. Communications reversed. Energy still to the highs, still a buy. So you'd hold the energies and you'd reduce your longs on this stuff, or at least defend them with in-profit stops. And then we'll have financial setting up, materials setting up, the rev strat, retail setting up a rev strat, Microsoft already reversed, Apple already reversed, Jets already reversed, junior miners already reversed. So it's interesting stuff here, right? Back into energies, profit taking across the board. Let's see. We got about 8 minutes to the new flip. Let's see what they want to do. Do they want to come back in here and buy more on discounts, or are they just going to start jamming energies again? It's very interesting. You see at this point, after outside 60, profit takers did hit the SPY of these short positions because it's the bottom of a broadening formation. And once they reclaim that, you see it forces short covering right there. So let's see. We got 7 minutes. So you can see, depending on how SPY closes, maybe they got a 10 or hammer or something right here on the 60 flip. And that would go right back into full time frame continuity. MTDR energies go into the highs. American Tower and the real estates go into the highs. Interesting. ECL work into the highs. Microsoft changed the daily open green to red. Anyone that bought above daily open Microsoft is now in a losing position, so they're going to have to do something. SPY and Qs, you can see they re-break the reversal. Oh my goodness, sorry. Come on. They re-break the reversal, so the broadening formation, they expanded it. And now if we go back here, look at this. Dow goes 3, and then IWM is about to do it. So what did they just do? Right? Outside, outside, outside on semis. Tech, down. Biotech's reversal. Communications reversal. Discretionary reversal. Jets. Retail, RevStrat. Gold, junior miners, still inside 60 down. They're taking profit on a lot of stuff, right? Still buying some energies or short covering energies. We got about 5 minutes. This is the last 5 minutes of the 60. Then we're going to open up the new 60 minute and we'll see. Are they serious about selling this stuff, or are we just going to go right back to the highs? And again, since we're on Friday, buyer exhaustion is real. They might be done buying this week. So we only got about 2.5 hours left in the trading day. Let's see what we can get after. Um, 600%. Hey, 600% is still pretty freaking good. When trading futures, you can influence the 60 by changing the open. Yes, you use signals, which means you use losing traders to change things. That's exactly what you do. Like communications right now. This 2260 changes the day open if that works. That's exactly what's happening. 60, use that group when you hit the bid to change the day. Or semis, right? Outside 60, we thought it was going to go up. It didn't work. Go the other way. We had that unknown seller in there, unknown participant, puts the day red. So you always use a smaller group to change a bigger group. It's always what we're doing. Or you use a smaller group to confirm what a bigger group is doing. It's either or. But we got broadening formations across SPY, Qs, and Dow right now, and semis. So these are going to be, they should start kicking in and giving us some more active price action now. Like we said before, when things change, when the color changes, that's when traders get forced to do things. So we should get some good price to be watching here. So you can always trade on a time change? The 60. What do you mean by TC? Kaizen X trades. I'm confused. I am done. No red trades today. Hey, cool. Have been amazing the last 2 days. Enjoy your friends. Enjoy your health. Love your family. Thank you. I really appreciate that. If you're wondering why we're saying there's broadening formations now, when we have those threes, this is a triangle on SPY. So right into the next 60 flip inside fiver, right? Either there's a lot of things that can happen from an inside bar. Either, right, bottom of the triangle and then retracement of this move with the inside 5-minute reversal on the flip. Or what we'd prefer, since we want to go back through a range of guys, Rev Strat or inside 5 down, but we'll let the flip tell us. For now, energy's to the highs. So the best position is one you don't have to mess around with, right? We go to XLE, you go to the 60, look at this, still good. You bought it over here on the 2-2, it's up 1%. That's not bad. OIH, off the inside bar, still good, 1.5% almost. Awesome, right? This is the easy stuff. We just get to hold it. So you can mess around with the inside bar on SPY right when it opens, or you can just be like, all right, well, I'm going to let them make it obvious to me. Like maybe the whole market goes 3-2 down 60. You wouldn't have to be the first one in. And that's one thing we can mention here. When these simultaneous breaks happen, what I want you to notice is Qs and SPY went outside first, then Dow Jones did. Then IWM is almost doing it. And that's because when the whole market's about to do something, there's always the first ones, and then the laggards are the ones that follow. So to increase your win rate, you can do that. You don't have to be the first one. You can be like, oh, now they're starting to firm up. I'm going to follow that with an additional signal, or I'm going to follow it with IWM. So if we're going to see, let's say, the whole market puke last couple hours of the day, what you would see is maybe Qs goes first, then SPY, then Dow, and then IWM does. You don't have to trade the first two. You can trade the last two. Or you can go small position, small position, small position, small position, and get all four. So we'll see. Just got to be aware these are broad information, so it can get a little crazy in here. So here's the new 60 opens. Let's see what they want to do. Right away on the new open, they open green. That's full time frame continuity if that's green. So Fiverr, SPY, they're trying to firm up. You just want to be aware it's going inside bar. And we have not had an inside bar since, the hour before the close yesterday. So just be aware of that. Doesn't mean you have to be terrified of it. But when we're looking at that, since it's inside bar, it makes it more likely that when this breaks, if it's not enforced, it'll try and go 3 because they're consolidating as an inside 60. So again, you don't have to mess around with the inside 60s if you do not want to. It's always going to be a little trickier. So let's get that monitor back up for the indexes and sectors. So SPY, Qs, they firm up. Down IBM, they're flat. And if the market's going to firm up, what would we want to go after? Well, anything that's 2 up on the 60. You don't have to buy the things that are not. So we can go to the scanner and instantly find who's reversing back up as like a 3-2 reversal. And that's what I'm going to get the scans out for you. Make sure you get back to today. For now, SPY inside 5 is up with Qs as a simultaneous break. Tech, semis, all simultaneous fivers. So if they're going to recover, it would look like that first on the fivers. So stuff like Google did not reverse. So Google, you have natural buyers in there. It's going to be stronger with the inside 5s up. Sorry, let's see. All right. So you can see now this is where it's going to be the strongest stuff. So at this point, you can see it's a lot of these names that are barely up on the day. So we're not seeing many 2s up on the 60s. We see some energies all following through. So we got a Shell, 2s, LNG. Yeah, energies all simultaneous 60s up. So they're going back into the energies. Pretty much. Look at what just happened here. So all these energies just went 2 up again. So a lot of continuations. You got some 3-2s, 1-2, a lot of continuations. So right on the flip, they buy a little bit more energies. SPY, they're not enforced on the fiver, so they tried. So far, the buyer's not strong enough to actually do that. That's the joy of an inside 60. We don't really know. It might work, might not. Now you can see it went slightly up and then came back in. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to go rev strat and go 3-2-60s down, which would be the continuation of the sell. So it'll be a little closer to doing that on the SPY. Qs. And then IWM has to be weaker. It went inside 5-minute down directionally. Things still going up. MXL. I did not pick up on that earlier. I apologize. That would be on the strat attack list. TNGX, some healthcares, Seagon, healthcares. Dell in the technology. So notice, anyone that shorted previous 60 in Dell, they're getting screwed. Everyone's a buyer, and those 60s are going back up. Full time frame continuity. So that would be stronger than the indexes. If indexes are going to recover, that should explode. So Dell is the only 2-2 reversal up where we see buyers more aggressive now on the 60 than before. So you compare that to SPY. If you shorted SPY, you could stay short. If you shorted Dell, you cannot. That's literally the only thing I see. So right now, besides energies, we don't see much recovery attempting on this new flip. We just see Doji inside 60 SPY. The second fiver of the 60 is going to open up. RevStrat fiver down. So that would be closer to taking that to pivot, 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 and causing the 60 to go 3-2 expansion. They're still inside 60. So again, with the inside bar, they could just be stuck inside consolidating. And you can see they tried that. That should have just went. They're starting to chop them up a little bit. Energy still to the highs, so the easy trade still is over there. Looks like healthcare is reversed. Let's get back to this. So for now, all 4 indexes inside, semis inside. Healthcare is reversed to 60, so those have to be weaker. Retail is continuing, that has to be a little weaker. And that's about it. So we have a few 2s down, not much. What we really want to see, like I said before, we want to see like all 4 indexes break a 2. CVX, $5 off low a day. Did you catch it? Yeah, look at that. Hammer 60. Boom. And you can see, although the month is red and the week is red, that hammer, what's it showing you? Well, the sellers sold, the buyers bought, the sellers gapped it down, and the buyers are like, no, we're still trying to do this. It could just be short covering. I'm not sure, but it's going to be closer to reversals next week. So if the new week opens and the week goes green with the hammered day, those energies get a lot more interesting next week because we could blow out some of these monthly sellers. And we'll talk about that on the weekend vid, so we don't have to worry about that right now. You can see Tesla on the inside 60s, still not really recovering at all there, so nothing. A lot of inside bars. And we say when you trade during, if you're trading during an inside 60, it's a very aggressive technique. Especially, look at this, 900, almost 1,000 stocks consolidating now. So you can see the majority of 60s are 2s down across the board, but you got 950 stocks consolidating. So those got to become 2. For now, Qs goes back to green on the 60s. SPY goes back to green. So they're chopping back and forth in there. But that is full time frame continuity. So you have more evidence on the upside than you would on the downside. You can see they go outside fiver. So they went down by 9 pennies and then up 70 cents. And now this is the inside 60 outside bar. If we drop that here, this is that 60 open. So you can see they go above the open, they buy, then they sell, then they buy. And now we're still in inside 60. So this has got to grow. We got to get outside of that to make that change. And what I want to do is I want to go back to that list. Extended hours. It's because we want the bottom of the hour flip. You can use both. So we can go to extended hours. You can use that perfectly fine. Our scanners just we don't use extended hours. So that's that. If you're going to use extended hours, I would just use both. Because you can trade two, you're going to have twice as many 60-minute signals if you use both. So like if we have it on, we go to extended hours of SPY. You can see how that outside 60 on SPY is just a 2-2 reversal on the top of the hour chart instead of the bottom of the hour. And it's the same thing. It's just you're going to look at the data slightly differently because the aggregation's slightly different. And that's why we normally use 4 time frames, month, weekday, 60, because one time frame would look completely different even if you use the same hourly time frame. You just open it at a different time. So by using 4 time frames, we can account for that fact. So we can see what's actually going on. Because if we go here, that's the 60 open. And if we go here, the other 60 open was above that. So you can see slightly different opens. But they're both picking up on a 60-minute group where it lasts 60 minutes. And you can see for now, SPY, they are chopping them up. So again, like we said, these inside 60s, get about 879 stocks consolidating still. Only place that I see really aggressively going is MXL, 11, and CGON, CGON. They're straight into high day. Energies, though, still jamming. XOP, still jamming higher. And OIH, you had some slight profit taking, but could easily firm that back up. So the easy trade is still just hold the energies, and then once these 60s become a 2, it'll make life a little easier. It might take, another 48 minutes, so I'm not holding my breath right now. Ugh. And as far as the reason for the bottom of the hour charts, news normally comes out at the bottom of the hour. So like energy numbers come out the second hour of trading on Wednesday, bottom of the hour. A lot of news reports that come out during the day come out at the bottom of the hour. And even unplanned news events tend to come out. Like if you see a Trump tweet, it normally comes out like 1 or 2 minutes after the bottom of the hour, which is really funny. But I think that's just a coincidence. But that's why we do it, because news events, if we use the bottom of the hour, that hourly continuity level accounts for it for us. Versus if you have a news event that comes out at like 11:47, you have to draw that level out on your chart. Because when news comes out, it's a continuity level that lasts the whole trading day. So if you're trading like FOMC day, the second that news, like you have 2 opens. You have the one where Powell starts speaking. Or no, you have the one where it starts right at like 2 p.m., 1 p.m. And then Powell starts speaking like, a half hour later or whatever. That'd be the second open. So you'd mark those both out. And the reason it matters is because if you've ever traded news, you know what it looks like. It looks like a big broadening formation. So what happens is, early in the day, you might have this kind of like messy, slow, whatever. And then the news comes out right here and it goes boom, boom. Right? And now this is the event continuity. And what it's showing you is everyone betting, like saying that this is bearish or bullish? Because if it's bearish, people will sell. And if it's bullish, they'll buy. Right? But price action isn't that simple. What will happen is, let's say it's good news. This happens. So it goes down first and everyone's like, what happened? And then you might see, right? Goes to the highs and everyone's like, oh, good news, buy. And then the last guy, right, goes all the way up and the last guy's like, all right, got my fill. The first guy goes to take profit and it goes wham. What happened? Everyone's long and then everyone has to get out. So everyone sells. And the guys who waited, right, this is the level. The guys who waited, once that level changes back to red, they go and sell. Because they're like, wow, good news? It's actually bad news. And see how the range just got like 3 times bigger? It was this big. Now it's this big. So if the news is actually good, what happens then is you get like the 60 flip or whatever signal, and it starts going like this, and it goes wham, takes everyone out, and then it continues and blows all the shorts out of their positions. So when news comes out, that level is important because you want to take signals at the top to change that. And you want to take signals at the bottom to change that. And if you successfully change it, then it should go, to the other side and get bigger. So like if you just look at the 60 now, it's like they bought it and then it went red, and that's how we knew. We're like profit taking at high day. Watch this, 3. And then we're still below this level and we're inside. So they're nowhere near changing it. How are you going to change that, or how are you going to continue? Right? It's consolidation. They're literally just chopping people to the bits. If we go to the 60, we have 800 inside bars. 800. How is that going to go up if you have 800 things going sideways? And if we sort them by market cap, we might be able to get a total on how much market cap is not moving. So to give you a list, NVIDIA, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Tesla, Walmart, MU, Oracle, AMD, CAT, Palantir, like the whole market, right? Boom. Doing nothing. So how are you going to change that? We will have the second 15 of the 60. So you can see that inside fiver turns into inside 15. And we're still dead center of this 15-minute bar here. And this is where we say you do not have to be the first. You don't have to be the guy that figures this out. You can let them figure it out. Now, if you want to, right? Qs goes inside 15 up, so it firms up a little bit. SPY would be second to break that. Dow would be third. IWM would be the fourth. So if you're going to try and do it, you could, but it's going to be really tricky. Semis did go inside up with the Qs, so semis, that's still full time firm continuity. Once this daily open changes, 28 cents higher. So we go to NVIDIA. You can see the slight lower lows. Maybe. Get that 15er to take the 60s up. For now, it's still mother bar, but this broadening formation might be able to take that out. We go to AMD. You see AMD 312 reversal 15. So that one has a magnitude to high day. That should go and actually take them out because you have a target to do so. So AMD is a little better to be looking at. I need that scanner. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, we made it a simple... This is the thing that we've realized, actually. The more you add to the scanner to add stuff on top of it, the less clear it becomes. Because the strat is just 1, 2, 3 actionable signals. So if you add anything on top of that, it's not even, the strat. You can track percentages and stuff, but outside of that, it gets pretty tricky. SPY, so look at this. SPY, after QQQ and estimation tech broke, SPY broke. So you already had those for evidence. This would be, slightly after. Go Dow Jones, then Dow Jones broke. So now you got that for evidence, helping out. And then IWM broke. So now those algorithms are trying to kick in off the 15 signal. You got 12 minutes. So in 12 minutes, can this thing green up there so you can get a break-even stop? That'd be the question. Still inside 60s. But right now we got 160 names going up, 600 names going down, but it looks like a lot of those are green. So interesting. So for now, we can say those 15ers, they did firm them up, but they got to become at 2. Still have a lot of distance to go to high day, so we will see. Qs and tech seem to be the ones that they want to bring them up back to those highs. Triggers and reversals in hindsight. Well, then this would be your practice. Go in there and stop looking for them in hindsight and look for them before. So 5 minutes before the new 60 opens, what's the next 60? Is it a hammer that's about to break? Is it a shooter? Is it an inside bar? Is it an outside bar? Was it just trending? It's when you look at it. If you already know what signals look like, it's just changing when you look at it. So like if you're going to come in this morning, or let's say right now, what is this? Inside 30. 10 minutes till it closes. What's it going to be on the flip of the new 30? It's going to be an inside 30. So you mark out your levels in 10 minutes. You already know. You have 10 minutes for this to go inside, and it still is inside. So it's probably going to close that way. It might be a little greener, a little redder, but it's probably going to close like that. So you see it in real time right now, right? It's as simple as that. Like this inside 30. Now we got about half the market still inside. Two's up at 185. Google, Amazon, Walmart, J&J, Costco, CVX, and the energies. Cisco, Marvell, Dell, we already mentioned. So you got some technologies that are firming up. Two's down, we have 500 and something names. So interesting. But for now, they're firm. Energies, we saw our first signs of profit taking after gap fill on OIH. They're still, down. So that energy buy off the lows, unless you get 15ers back up, they might be done. Maybe XLE will set that up for you. We'll see. Just got to be aware, energies still looks like this on the month. So it's not a long-term thing. It's more of intraday stuff that you're doing here. See Marvell. Yeah, Marvell took the 30s up, so we missed that. But that's why when you buy it in the morning, you just hold it. If you're already in, it's okay if you miss that. Would be nice to get it, but it's okay. You can see still so far, all of these bars inside of this singular red 5-minute. But we had this aggressive buyer show up from the inside of 312-5er. So they're trying. They're stuck. Get us out of here. CLS is RevStrat 30s up just now. Just so much stuff is inside. Yeah, for those of you that want to get in the streams during the week, you can join us at it's stratealerts.ai/community. Or actually, no, I think it's /premium-access. It would be this. But in there, we do a lot of educational stuff. Obviously, during the day, we will track what is going on, and we will point people to specific things. And we also work with you to develop whatever your plan is, your trade plan, because every trader is different. We don't really do follow the leader. We do alert on a lot of things. Like we will tell you, these sectors, these specific stocks are stronger or weaker. This is what's changing, blah, 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 blah. Or if I have a specific thing, I'm like, I really like this, like BBAI. I'm a fan of it, right? Not yet on the month. We'll talk about it once it breaks. I'll set an alert there so don't forget. But specific things like... Sorry, I'm yawning. But specific things like at the beginning of 2026, you're like, buy energies. And then the new quarter open, we're like, energies just reversed first week of Q1. So that's probably done for now. And that was like a huge, huge trade for most people that played it. But really the main benefit, sorry, I just keep yawning. The main benefit is you have us to confirm and negate your trades. And a lot of people don't do this but the way it's supposed, the rhythm of this, the way it's supposed to work is, okay, when's the new, all right, the new 30 opens in 5 minutes. Let's go find them all. It's like, let's go to the 30 minute. And for those that have the scanner, or if you have a list, you have 10 tickers you're watching today, go into your list and you'll be like, okay, let's go to the 30 minute. What am I looking for? Well, if the market's going to keep going up, I would like an inside 30, you know, something firmer. And maybe it's a 3-1. Okay, we got 72 of those. And then, you know, since there's 72, I can't go through all 72. I need your help, which is why, based on what you're doing, if you're investing, if you're just really short term, like momentum trading, the really stuff that's really moving, based on what you're doing, you're looking at different things, but we're all looking for the same setups, right? We're all looking for a 3-1 or a 2-down-1 or a 1-1 if it's double inside, right? We're all looking for the same setup. So if you find one, you're like, wow, this looks good. You have the 30 to trigger the 60 into full time frame continuity, and you have monthly signals going, weekly signals going. It's like, all right, hey, Alex, I'm looking at this. What do you think? It's like, oh yeah, that looks great. Let's all jump on that too. And then since we all jump in on it, when it breaks, and I'm not saying this like we're manipulating the market, but since we're doing similar things, when it breaks, I buy, you buy, someone else buys, and then all the shorts are like, fuck, like what's going on? And they have to cover. And you have that aggressive buyer that's present. So you have all of us forcing the shorts to cover into this buyer that's, you know, investing in this name for whatever reason. And that actually makes it work better, because if we all throw the same punch, it, like, you know, it can really jam people. Now, I'm not suggesting, you know, we're trying to manipulate the market. That's not what I mean. But when price reverses, people lose. So the more shares you can buy, the more you can force them to lose and force them to do things, which is cool. That being said, you know, we got a few minutes to the new 30s. So let's see what we got, like inside hammer, something that looks fun. 3-1 hammer. Cyclicals. All right. Slightly chewy. 3-1 hammer, slightly. So you can see this is like something, it's already an outside week. There's no pivots here. Doji inside month, Doji day, 3-1 Doji, right? It's like, it's not really doing anything. We don't really want that. What about the cyclicals from earlier today, right? Yeti. Well, if Yeti's going to keep going up, might have the 30. Now, we don't have a magnitude on the month, but we have last month's highs to target at. So maybe, let's see. We got a lot of cyclicals inside on the 30. So remember all the cyclicals this morning. Let's see. 1-3-1. Contraction, expansion, contraction. You'd expect hog to expand. Let's see. Visco, slightly inside bar. Dan. 3-1. The only thing with the cyclicals is there's so many of them, it gets a little tricky to... There's 26 names on this list. There's a lot. Tesla, if that one's going to firm back up, that's potentially. Oops. How do I get back out of this? I always do this to myself. Let's see, Disney, slightly. Starbucks, slightly. So there's a lot of cyclicals. I think I like hog the most. It's momentum, though. It's not as close to triggering. If you look at SPY, oh, so we can see so far 2-1-2 up. So they retrace the move. Does that confirm on the new 30s back up, or does it negate by staying inside 60, maybe a rev strat 15? Right? I hate trading inside a previous range. I'd rather it take out this low first and then try and buy it than try and mess around inside here on SPY. Carvana, let's see. Ooh, that's interesting, right? So you got the 2-2 month, good. You got the slight triangle layout right there. That's what you're looking for. So it's slightly above, slightly below, and then you get the 2-2-30. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at 2 down in greens and see what we can get. You're going to see car in there as well. Car's a pretty nutty one. All right, mine the second 30 of the 60. It will either confirm or negate. And so far, first 30 SPY, inside bar. Second starts as red. So that's trying to change the 60 group, isn't it? Now, is it going to? I mean, right now it is mother bar 5 minute, and then it's another mother bar 5 minute on a smaller basis. So it's getting tight. So look at this. This inside fiver tells you this is the range you're stuck inside right here. It's stuck. Then here, this inside fiver shows you you're stuck inside of this range. So, oh my goodness, right? It's getting really tight in there. Very tight. That's going to be pretty tricky. Let's see. So go back to the sectors. Look at this, right? Energies, you're getting some profit taking. Makes sense. Every index is inside 60. Ugh. Big yawn, right? They're putting us to sleep. Ugh. So Marvell, they went to the top of the range again. They took their profit. So if you're trading that from this morning, just be aware of that. Dell is still right around the highs on the 60. They haven't really gone anywhere, though. But it is relative strength. You've got natural buyers in there. Ooh, ARM would have been a nice one. Look at that. Triggers the month up, which is actually the quarter. So 322 quarter off the 2 times inside week, which was from our weekend vid, if you recall. You can see some type of buy and just straight into ARM. And we actually saw that the other day too. The same buyer came in the morning while semis were not really doing too much. And they really jammed it up there. And they did it just now as well, which is really interesting. I don't know. Sometimes you'll see buyers that just show up out of the blue on some stocks. And they'll keep coming back even if the whole sector's going down. And that's how you can pick up on people who don't, or people who know things that other people don't, when they're going in and buying a stock for seemingly no reason. But man, these indexes are inside. And as you can see, things really slowed down ever since that happened. And it's called blowing out all the signals. When you have 1,500 stocks you're tracking, and all of them become a 2, and then all of them become a 1, not every single one will close as an inside bar, but a lot of them will. And it's because the signals, or the inside bar signals, always need to be there. I will see you in the group chat Monday. I'm done for a day. I'm up $80 after down $500 shorting SPY. Hey, win's a win. I'm glad that you made it back. Yeah, I'm probably going to be... So I don't want to jump and say, the market's not moving. That's why we're going to get off. I just want to eat. But what's going to happen, and this always happens, so I can tell you pretty confidently, once you get those ones will become twos. So right now, you can see SPY, they're rev strat in the 15. So whoever bought in here, they're trying to take them out. And they just did. Right? Slight lower low, they took them out. Now what? But once we get these ones, like this inside 30, eventually we're going to break this. And the equilibrium or the consolidation breakout starts. And it either stays true or you get a rev strat. For now, you can see the rev strat 15 is trying to trigger the inside 30 down on SPY. IWM was the first one to go. So IWM 30s down causes continuation of that selling with a 2260. Maybe it can change the day, right? This daily open's not that far away. It's got some distance though. You only got 20 minutes left on this 60, so they really don't have that much time to do anything, but we'll see. For now, SPY is still inside, Q's inside, Dow is inside. So you can see that's just a seller that's in IWM. It's like, I want to sell some small cappers. And that's what they did. Financials, you can see with those shooter 60s as they went into the flip, they take out all these guys. So a little closer changing that open there. And I see more financials 60s down than anything. You got about 81% of financials going down. So what I can tell you right now is we do have a majority that actually are twos down while the market is inside 60 here. So you can say, right, they sold, then they're consolidating here, but there's some continued selling in financials mainly, and a few other sectors as well. So these 60s are either going to confirm the sell by becoming two to the downside on the next flip or, during this bar. Hopefully not. We want these to close as a one. If we go 3-1-2 Chicago to the downside, you might change that daily SPY and force that profit taking to end the week. Qs and Dow are going to look the same, so... Gosh, I keep yawning. Sorry. So the question really is, do they stay inside or do we see them start following IWM? Dow is almost a 30 down, which might cause the 60 there. So that would be second to IWM with 20 minutes to go. Then SPY and Qs. SPY would probably be the third one to go on the 30 minute, and Qs would probably be the fourth one to go on the 30 minute. And we call that 2-1-2 directional if those start kicking in. You can already see IWM's taking out all the nearby targets, so now I'm not sure, but we did force some of these guys from high day into losing positions, so we'll see. Looks like Dow and SPY are both also becoming a 2 on the 30 minute. So if I open the 30s up, let's see it. Got about 163 names confirming the downside. Biggest names, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, Palantir, Intel. So a little bit of those big market cap guys. Can't believe Microsoft is 3 trillion. Like what? Is that right? Might not be right. PanW is interesting. You got Shooter 60 just broke down. It only has 20 minutes to go. Ugh. This is the thing with slower stuff. You want to have a long time Like if you're going to take a monthly signal, you ideally want it to go on the first day of the month and then just keep going after it. You only have like 20 minutes left on a 60. It's like, hopefully within that 20 minutes, we'll get SPY inside 60 and Qs inside. Maybe Dow. It looks like it might not be the case. But I'd watch those SPY and Qs, those 3-on-2s, and you could watch for those larger cap stocks. So Microsoft, that inside 60 as a measured move to the downside. Tesla is continuing lower, so also that. Let's see, Palantir. Maybe Palantir will be weak enough. Let's see Intel. Intel's just continuing. Well, for inside 60s, AVGO Meta Shop. Meta is inside mother bar to the morning range. AVGO is mother bar to the morning range. Shop is mother bar to the morning range. So I don't like trading those myself. Now they could break out of that morning range if we see this kick in across the whole market. That definitely could be the case. But for now, it's just small cappers. Energies, XLE. You can see profit takers turn back into the buyers. 222 hammer right here. So the energies off the 60-minute, like we said before, is still good. It's the easy hold. So for now, XLE still to the highs. XOP is still continuing. The only one that's 60s down here is OIH. So OIH a little bit more profit taking going on there. Or it could be that weekly seller. Not too certain. It's conflicted. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I was on a little longer than I even expected today, but I'll leave you with this. Watch those inside 60s. If you're newer with the strats concepts, that's okay. Just watch and see what they do. Because after a 1, it must become a trend. And, it could happen into the last 15 minutes of the 60, which, it looks like right now the market knows I'm about to get off. But right now they're trying to get those 30s into the 60s. They have 15 minutes left, so they have another 15-minute open in there. If we go to Qs, that would be the last one to break because Dow, SPY, and IBM have already broken. So at that point, we would say we were picking it up across all 4 indexes. They're going into utility still. They're still buying XLE energies. Looks like they're still buying staples, so a little bit more defensive stuff, and then they might sell off a little bit of tech names that they're up a ton this week. So eventually they got to take profit. You can't hold it forever, right? So that's what we see. I would say that's kind of the gist. It seems like they're going to take their profit on their tech names into the end of the week and potentially keep going into some energies, staples, utilities. Outside of that, I don't have too much for you guys. I just keep yawning. Yeah, so the fastest way, if you're trying to go from 0 to making money, is to stop holding losers. Because at least you won't lose money. And what I mean is like, if you buy a stock and then the next day it opens up and it gaps down don't hold it. Like, you want the one where you buy it, it goes up 10%. The next day it opens, it stays there, or it goes up another 5%, and then it keeps like SPY last week. You want the one where you get it, and then within that week, you get the whole week for that to work. By the end of the week, Friday, you're like, wow, that really worked, up 20 points. All right, let's now add to it. Instead of worrying about, sorry, I keep yawning. I don't know why. Gosh. But instead of holding your loser and hoping it comes back, just get out of it. You can get back in, right? But the biggest thing is, if you don't hold losers, it's really hard to lose money. Like, if your losing trade is $20 every time, or 5 cents, right? If you watch my recent video, you can have very tight stops. You can lose 20 times in a row with 10-cent stops if you're trading one share and you're learning this. And that's the other thing, is like, you have to learn, right? If you trade one share, you use 10-cent stops, and you trade 100 times. If you lose every trade, 0.1 times 100, your tuition is $10 if you trade 100 times a day and lose every single one. But what's really going to happen? Let's say you lose 80% because you're learning this, and you do 100 trades a day. You will have trades that work. 20 of the 100 probably will work. And I say 100 just for sake of example. But if it's $10, if you buy one stock and that one stock goes up $10, you just paid for 100 losers. Okay? That's the math. So if you can just use your brain and be like, okay, well, yeah, if I don't hold losers and I make 1 out of 100 trades that works, I'm going to make money. Or at least I'm not going to lose money. Then, like, you're free. Go and practice, go and learn, go and explore it. Because you will figure out very quickly if you like 2-2 reversals or you like a gap down buy. I love gap down buys and gap up sells is some of my favorites. But you'll find out very quickly what you like. And then once you start seeing it happen in the charts, you know exactly what you want to do. Like the 3-2-2, for example, fun to say and fun to do. It's a good one to start with. Outside bar goes slightly below the broadening formation, then all the way back through. If you just trade that, you'll figure out real quick what it looks like when they work and when they don't. And if you risk 10 cents, you can do that 1,000 times to learn how it works. You don't have to worry about spending $50,000 to learn about the strat. You don't have to do that. But I would say tighten those stops up and get practice. And you're going to learn real quick. Your brain is good at pattern recognition. You'll be good to go very quickly. And if you're still having trouble, or you're like, I don't know how to scan or like what I even am looking for, one of the main things we look for is when all the inside bars occur on the indexes. So if SPY goes inside 60-minute or 30-minute, ideally the 60s. If it goes inside 60 SPY and it goes inside 60 Qs, and it goes inside 60 Dow Jones, you already know the next bar should move. So practice right now, 10 minutes. Go do something else, come back right before the flip. If they're all inside bar, pull it up like this. Pick one of them. Go on SPY, go to the 60-minute, open the 30-minute, and then you could open the 15-minute. And if you want to, open the 5-minute. But you mark out the inside bar, you mark out the mother bar, and just watch what happens, right? And compare it as well with the Qs and whatnot. If you want to, you can just go like this. So you can see as we get to the next flip, this will be very key. And hopefully Dow Jones stays inside too, so you can get it at least on 3 of the 4 indexes. You want ideally all 4, but IWM already became a 2. So I'd watch this. Going into the next hour, 10 minutes, that's what you're going to watch. I'm going to... UPS has been running. Yeah, we saw that in the morning. But... I'm gonna clean up a little bit. I'll come back. I'm only sticking around so we can watch this with you, but I'm gonna clean up a little bit. I'm gonna come back right before, and we'll just see, do these set up the way we want them to as inside bars, or do those 30s, end up breaking it down early. But I'll be back in just a few. Alrighty, well, we are about a minute away from the flip. At this point, there is a good amount of the market getting hit, just not very aggressively. About 800 of the 1,500 names we're tracking going down. Of those 1,500 names, we have 400 equilibriums, including indexes. So, definitely a little bit more selling on that flip. But it wasn't really aggressive enough to do too much. So for now, days still green SPY and Qs. Nice red bar and then inside bar. So watch the next 60 flip. Now, since that 60 close, when this goes green, it is continuity up, but we're still in the middle of it. However, if this were to work, it would trigger the 60. And what we want to do is trigger the 60. So right now they're dead in the middle. And it's, let's see if we go to the 30s. So you see the 30s, if that worked, it would trigger 30. And we're inside 15, so, oh man. Gosh, I keep yawning, I don't understand it. But you can see they are trying to trigger the 30s, which would trigger the 60s. And they're doing it right on the flip, instantly. Now, Dow and IWM would be weaker, SPY and Qs would be stronger. I think I'm just going to be watching as we go into the close, because they're in the middle, and I don't like trading in the middle. Would you buy the 60 up? Well, when things occur matters. We are coming into the last hour and a half after the most historic rally the market's ever seen. Pretty much, right? Give or take. In 9 days or whatever it is. So the buyers are really aggressive. It's just how aggressive are they willing to be before the long weekend with all the stuff that's going on right now? I don't know. What I can tell you by evidence, price and time, yeah, full time frame continuity up. They're trying to trigger the 30s. They're trying to trigger the 60s. That's what they're trying to do. So by price and time, if the 60's green, yes, it's a buy. So you can see if we look at the SPY, the nearby stuff is the stuff we can expect to be taken out. So if it triggers the 15, it'll trigger the 30 and trigger the 60. And then we're not sure, is it going to stay true or is it going to try and negate? That's really the main question. The other reason to show you, you see how they're inside 4 hour? So look at this. Inside 4 hour, gap down buy, up, inside, for many hours, and then inside. So we've got to change that, which would mean high a day. That would only be true if we get these 60s above 710 or 710.70. That would take out high a day above that. Looks like SPY's getting pretty close to the 15er, so is the Qs. In tech, you got some much closer pivots nearby, so hopefully we can see tech do it. You'll see SPY is the first to trigger the 15s up. Qs is second. Right on the flip, we got about 30% of the market going up. Every sector reversed. Staples is going up 63%. So Staples is leading, which normally isn't a good sign. But we'll see. Every sector is majority up at this point on the 30s. On the 60s, not so much. You got about 80% of the market still in inside 60, so that's the major thing that's going to have to change. So if we go to the 60s at this point, you're going to see they're green, but 1-1, 1-1. Spine cues have got to change that. Google is still going twos up. So what? Google, Walmart, you still have energies, XOM, CVX confirming on the new 60s, so they're still buying energies. A lot of staples. Walmart, Procter & Gamble, Coke, Philip Morris. And then a chunk of technologies, not the ones we're normally seeing in the semis, but you can see energies, XLE still going. XOP, high of day. So coming into your magnitude on XOP finally. That was the easy stuff. OIH, 30s back up. So they're back to buying energies, OIH specifically. Still, though, indexes a lot of inside. We're not seeing really, it's not this broad rally like we were seeing in the morning. It's very specific to staples, some of the big caps, some energies, and some tech. So as we go into the weekend, they're just not buying as broadly. So these indexes are probably not going to move as much unless that can pick up. But we see Apple 260s back up. Anyone shorting Apple, they might be screwed there. Right there on the reversal. Looks like Microsoft, after taking out the lows from the 60 inside down, they do their profit taking. So you got what you wanted if you're shorting Microsoft. We did mention NVIDIA when we started reclaiming this. That's still trying to do it. It's just taking its sweet old time. Looks like AMD, they did not work up there. Inside 60s back down. So they're selling some AMD. Nothing in MU either. Marvell is still pretty firm, but still inside 3060 with the indexes. So, well, as we get to the close here, it just seems like some specific buying and then some specific selling that they're doing on specific names. It's not really broad. So as we get into the close, that might broaden and it might spread across everything. But what we can say is we saw them covering a lot of shorts on energies to end off the week. So going into next week, we'll see if that short covering continues or not. U.S. oil also had a gap down buy. So if we go to U.S. oil, the broadening formation got a little bit bigger in here. And we'll see if that news of the Strait reopening, if that's actually true or not. Sometimes those ships don't want to go through still. So we'll see what comes of it. Hopefully it is open. That'd be a good thing. But that's about it. What we'd say is, energies are probably one of the easier ones today just because it wasn't buying a gap up. Buying a gap up's much trickier. Like we said at the open, it's really small time frame stuff. But for now, until these 60s become a 2, you're not really engaging all the markets. So you can watch that into the close, see if those 60s become a 2, set some alerts, 710.60 on SPY at 709.20. Just watch what happens, but tech's a little stronger, energy's a little stronger, staples a little stronger. So that's going to be it for today. Hopefully you guys had a nice day, and we'll hopefully see you next week Friday if you're not in stat. And if you are, we have the nightly vids and the weekly streams. So we'll see you there. Peace, everyone, and have a great rest of your weekend.